Hey everyone, how are y'all doing today? It is once again Wednesday, my dudes, and I swear ya, haven't got to the hospital yet, so be here today's stream. Nice, but maybe have a power cut off in a few minutes, so it might disappear. Oh, sorry to hear that. If I remember right, you were in Ukraine, is that correct? But yeah, so basically today, I'm very close to hitting 1,000 subscribers on YouTube, and I've been thinking about different, interesting and fun things to do to celebrate. And I have multiple things and multiple ideas planned, but I'm going to be doing one of them today. Okay, back over on Twitch now. Okay. Yeah, we've been having problems with electricity recently. Yeah, it's too bad. What's the temperature been like over there? Because I know right now in Canada, in Ontario, where I am, we're going through a big heat wave right now. I know I saw some articles recently that some areas in like the Middle East are also going through heat waves. What's it like in Ukraine right now? But as I was saying, I got some ideas to, celebrate 1,000 subscribers, and I'll be doing one of them today. So for the first little bit today, you're probably wondering, Apollo, why do I see your beautiful hands there? Well, today I will be opening some magic packs on stream. Hey Tantan, hey Dave, how you guys doing today? So yeah, if you don't play Magic, don't worry. I will explain everything important as we go. But basically, I've talked about it before. I'm a big fan of Magic. In some ways, I like Magic more than I like Hearthstone. But I mainly play Magic physically, not so much digitally. And there's just something different about, like holding the cards in your hand and like playing physically, right? So this set just came out officially last week, I think. What is the rarity principle in Magic packs? So it used to be super simple. For most of the history of Magic, what were they? 14 cards in a pack? Basically, for the vast majority of Magic's life, a pack was 10 commons, 3 uncommons, and a rare. Very straightforward. But then they introduced a new type of pack called a set booster. Basically, normal boosters were meant to draft with. If you... There's an echo? Let me see. Oh, there we go. Do you hear it now? I'm pretty sure the mic, or the mic on the camera is also picking me up. I disabled it though. Is it good now? Okay. This is what you guys are for. You guys are my like IT tech support. Also, we gotta turn the music down too. Man, everything's just falling apart today. But yeah, so as I mentioned, for the vast majority of Magic's life, it was very simple: 10 commons, 3 uncommons, 1 rare. And then they introduced a new type of pack that the set booster was basically meant for people who just want to open packs. Because a big part of Magic packs is drafting. And if you don't know what drafting is, it's basically the idea that everyone gets 3 packs. You open a pack, you take 1 card, you pass the rest to the person next to you. And then the person, next to you, you get that pack, you pick 1 card and you keep passing. And basically you do that rotation for 3 packs. And then all the cards you have, you make a deck with and you play an event. Drafts are super fun. They're fun because you can go to a draft with nothing. You literally like maybe like some dice or something to keep track of things, but you don't need to bring any cards to a draft because you are making the deck as you go, right? And everyone's kind of on an even playing field in that sense. Yeah, some people will get lucky with packs, some not so much, but that's just the nature of it. Drafting is a super popular system in board games. Yeah, there's a lot of drafting in board games as well. Yeah, so there's drafting in Pokemon, there's drafting in Magic. I'm sure there's drafting in like Yu-Gi-Oh! And other card games like that. So basically, the original Magic pack was designed with drafting in mind. And then they introduced the set booster, which the set booster was basically meant for people who just want to open packs. So if you don't care about drafting and you just want to open packs for cards, the set booster is what they made. And the set booster, you could actually get more than 1 rare per pack. You can get more than 3 uncommons per pack. So the rarity was shifted a bit. And set boosters existed for, I don't know, 5 years or something like that. And then basically, once again, they, from my understanding, they basically said it was too confusing. You know, having 2 types of boosters was too confusing for people. So they merged them basically back into one type of booster. And I'll be honest, I forget what the rarity distribution is on the new packs. Because you can see here, it says now with 9 play boosters. That's the new name of the pack. So it used to be draft boosters, then they added set boosters, and now they combine them into play boosters, which I don't know if it says. Basically, I bought a bundle here, which, you know, this, I said it previously, but hey Cartman, yeah, so it is a holiday in the US today, and I live in Canada, but I work with an American company, so I have today off of work, so I thought I'd start a little early. Plus, we're going to be doing some Magic Pack openings, so we can start the stream with that. But yeah, so basically, this is a like premier Magic set. This is most comparable to Caverns of Time in Hearthstone. And what I mean by that is Magic also has standard, right? Just like Hearthstone, Magic has standard, and then they also have their wild equivalent as well. Without going into too much detail, you know, they also have standard and wild essentially. And this set here, this Modern Horizons 3, basically this set skips standard, just like Caverns of Time did. So this goes right to the older formats, it skips standard, and as a result, these sets, they're considered like premium sets. So in Canada, a normal pack of like a normal box of Magic packs is anywhere between $150 and $200 Canadian. But because this is an expensive set, a booster box of these is 400 Canadian, which I did not want to spend. So instead I got this bundle, which as you can see, basically it comes with 9 packs. It comes with some lands. It comes with a little promo card. Comes with a little special dice for this set, and the box it comes in is like a card storage box. But yeah, so we'll be opening this today. Like I said, the most comparable thing is Caverns of Time, essentially. So the cards here are a little higher power level because they're skipping standard. People who play these older formats, they're very divided on these sets because the wild equivalent sets in Magic, they stay pretty like stagnant. You know, the meta doesn't shift too much. You know, sometimes new cards come out in standard that shake it up a bit, but nothing crazy, right? But then when these sets come out, they very much shake up the meta, and people don't really like it because imagine you have like this $1,000 deck, right, that you've been playing for years and years, and suddenly some new cards come out in these sets that just like demolish that deck. So I don't play those old formats, so I don't have the opinion that they do, but yeah, I've heard a lot of people aren't a big fan of these sets. But yeah, I don't even know how many cards are. Like I said, I haven't bought Magic packs in the last year, so kind of you know, breaking the seal here with that. But I forget how many cards. When I open it up, I'm sure it'll say how many cards are in each pack. Because it has changed. I haven't opened packs since they changed to the newest. So yeah, you see, you get this storage box essentially. You can like store cards in if you want. I do keep these sometimes. I have a couple of these. They're good for just, you know, storing extra cards and things like that. Garbage. So we got the packs here. Get some stuff out of the way. Yeah, so each of these bundles comes with this 20-sided die, which the 20th spot basically has the set symbol. We'll see if this focuses. Yeah, so that's like the set symbol. Just like in Hearthstone, right? Every like in the back of the Hearthstone card, you know, it shows you like the current set, right? So just like with Magic's the same way. Each set has, it's my first time doing this. Each set has a symbol. So, and they're all like different, they're different colors and stuff. You can see this kind of like has a bit of green to it. It's hard to see. But yeah, some people like collecting these. I think they're cool. And then got the 9 packs to open. And this is just some lands. Is there any rarity like legendary, epic? Yep. So there's common, uncommon, rare, and then mythic. But yeah, so lands are essentially like your mana resource in the game. So in Hearthstone, your mana just goes up by 1 automatically every turn. In Magic, you play a land every turn, or you generate lands through other means, and this is basically your mana. So these cards are essentially useless. You know, people throw these out. You can go to the like your local Magic store and just get these for free. Like they're not really worth anything, but they people like different arts, right? So basically every single set has different arts, and you can see this is how a normal land looks actually. So this is the white land, but then they also do versions where they have the art on the full card. So if you want to kind of like bling out your deck, you have options, right? You can kind of go with the normal ones, or you can go with the ones with the full art. And like I said, every set has different art. So with this bundle, you get, as you can see, here's the blue one. You got this art. You got this art. This is just for this set, right? So this bundle just comes with a bunch of lands, some information cards. Do you prefer Magic in real life or digital? Real life, 100%. I mentioned it earlier, but there's just something different about playing a card game, like physically with the cards in your hand. You know, in a lot of ways, I like Magic more than I like Hearthstone. I think Magic is the more interesting game. I think Magic has more interesting, you know, decisions and plays and just like interesting decks. But Hearthstone is obviously easier to jump into. It's got the better digital version, in my opinion. So there's pros and cons. But you get this promo card with the bundle too, power balance. And then you get a bunch more lands. These ones are shiny. So in Hearthstone, you know, you got golden cards. In Magic, you got foil cards. If anyone's familiar with any kind of, you know, physical card game, right? Whether it be like Pokemon, or I'm assuming Yu-Gi-Oh! And stuff also have, you know, foil cards. But yeah, this is just a little side bonus to the bundle. Just getting some lands if you need them and getting some foils. So you can bling out your deck a bit. But that's not what we care about here. So let me see here. So you can see it says the best of draft and set boosters. So yeah, they combined the boosters into one. I haven't opened packs since they did this. What does it say? It's 15 cards still. Oh man, there's a lot of odds here. It says 5 to 9 commons, 3 to 6 uncommons, and 1 to 5 rare or higher. You have a 35% chance of getting 2 rares or higher, 6% for 3, less than 1% for 4 or 5. Yeah. Anyone else here play Magic though? I know I've talked about it previously. I've talked in chat with some of you guys before who play Magic. But basically, how it works, for anyone who's not familiar, so here's the set symbol down here, if it will focus. Basically, the color of this shows you what rarity it is. Also, there's a C at the bottom left here, which means common. So just the black, that is common. I'll just skip through a few. So here, you can see it's silver. And down here at the bottom left, it says U, so it's uncommon. And I'm just going to skip to the rare really quick. We'll go back and actually read them. So then you see here, it's gold. This one's rare, has an R at the bottom right. And then mythic, this would be orange. And then obviously have an M down here at the bottom. So yeah, similar, you know, to Hearthstone. Cards got, this is their attack and their health. Flavor text is printed on the Magic cards, but some people like a lot. I'm kind of indifferent to it, but some people, you know, like having the flavor text and stuff like that. And basically, you know, Hearthstone has, what, 11 different classes now? Magic essentially has 5, but the way Magic works is you can actually mix and match the colors, or like the classes. So you could, so you can see here, this is green, this is black. Basically, there's white, blue, black, red, and green, and you can make a black and green deck if you wanted, or you can make a black, green, and white deck, or you can make a deck with all 5 colors. So there's less, classes in Magic, but you can mix and match them, unlike Hearthstone. So I think overall, there's a lot more interesting deck combinations and deck, potential with Magic versus Hearthstone. But yeah, and also the way I forgot to mention it, this set skips standard, so it's going right to the wild equivalent of Magic, and basically kind of like Caverns of Time, half of this set is reprints. So half of this set is cards from older sets that they're reprinting. Maybe they're really expensive cards. So, it might be some card that's like $20 or more, right? And then they reprint it in this set, and now it goes down to like $5. So it helps with prices, which is nice. And then the other half of the set is just new cards. So very similar to Caverns of Time, because anyone familiar with Caverns of Time and Hearthstone, I think like 75% of the set was reprinted cards, and then 25 was like new cards. Like the rune system for Death Knight. Yeah, kind of like that. Yeah, it's kind of comparable to the rune system for Death Knight. Yeah, where you can mix and match. So you can see, yeah, this is a green creature. It wants to focus. This is my old camera right here. I do not miss it. Ever since switching to this camera, holy shit, it's like night and day. Another creature here. I have to say, so I got into Magic when I was a kid, right? And I started off by playing Pokemon, and the thing that drew me to Magic was like the art. I think out of all like the trading card games, Magic has the coolest art, and it's not even close. And even when, like, ever since I was a kid, I was so drawn into Magic just from the art. So you can see, got the name up here, Nyxborn Unicorn. This is essentially the cost to play the card. So the mana cost. If it's a creature, you got the health and attack down here, and you got, like their text in the middle there. Also, in the middle, you can see basically their creature type, because it does matter, just like in Hearthstone, right? You can play like an undead deck or a mech deck or whatever, right? So the type actually matters. This is an ooze bushwag, whatever that means. This is a vampire. This is a unicorn. So that stuff does matter. You can build decks centered around certain creature types, which I think is really fun. So this is an instant card, which this is probably the biggest difference between Hearthstone and Magic, and probably one of the things I love most about Magic is these instant cards you can actually play on your opponent's turn. So in Hearthstone, you play out your turn, it passes to your opponent, and you essentially wait for them to do their turn, right? In Magic, you can actually play cards and activate certain abilities on your opponent's turn. Which, it means the game is constantly interactive. It's, it just, yeah, like you have to constantly pay attention. You have to constantly be like worried about maybe your opponent doing things. For instance, say you're playing against like a control deck in Magic, right? And if it's your turn and they have a bunch of mana they can spend still, or like the lands I was talking about, you want to be a little bit careful because they could actually kill one of your creatures on their turn. And that's what these instant cards are. Because let me see if I got an example here. I don't. So maybe next pack. But basically, if it says sorcery, that is a spell that you can only play on your turn. And if it's an instant, it means you can play on your opponent's turn as well, which is really cool. Hey, Leo. Yeah, today I'm going to be opening some Modern Horizons 3 packs. Basically, I'm really close to 1,000 subs on YouTube, and I was thinking about some different fun things to do to celebrate and switch things up. So yeah, we're opening some Magic packs today. And I'm kind of explaining things as I go for people who don't know anything about Magic. But yeah, so red, I guess I can actually go over the colors really quick for you guys too. So as I mentioned, there is 5 colors in Magic. Green, what's green comparable to in Hearthstone? Druid, yeah. Green is like Druid in Hearthstone. Basically, ramp, playing big creatures, things like that. Then you got black. Black is basically like Warlock, I would say. Black is sacrificing creatures, using your life as a resource, things like that. Then you got white. White is like Priest and Paladin, I guess. Yeah, white is like Priest and Paladin. It's healing, buffing, things like that. Red is like mage, I would say. It's basically like burn. You know, it's like spells and things that just do lots of face damage and things like that. I'll get all of them. And then blue. Actually, blue is probably like priest. Blue is, you know, returning creatures to their opponent's hands, playing like counter spells and disruptive magic, things like that. So 1,000 viewers. Maybe we're doing a top 1,000 cards in Hearthstone. How many cards is there in Hearthstone total at this point? I don't even know. Bear says, doing stuff during your opponent's turn is something I really don't like. I prefer chilling after I finish throwing cards. This is why I usually lose Uno games with my friends. So for what it's worth, there is ways to stop your opponent from playing cards on your turn. You know, there is cards, because as I mentioned, you know, instant cards are the main way that people interact with, you know, you during your turn. And there is cards that say like players can't cast instant spells and things like that. So if you really wanted, you could build a deck that stops your opponent from playing during your turn. But that is like a very big theme in Magic, right? So it's hard to totally ignore it. But I love that aspect. But I understand not liking it. Leo, question, you said you're mostly playing standard today. Can I suggest a wild deck? Yeah, for sure. I kind of want to stick to like even and odd decks today, but if you want to suggest a wild deck, yeah, no problem. So once again, the art in Magic, I just love it. And so this creature type, Eldrazi, this is a type that they brought back for this set, and a type of creature in Magic I've always loved. It's basically these like creepy eldritch horror looking guys. And like I said, I fell in love with the art in Magic very, very early on. So lands, you know, we talked about lands at the beginning, where lands are essentially your mana in Magic, and there's not, you know, there's more types of lands than the ones I just showed. So there could be lands that also have abilities, which is kind of cool. So imagine, the way to think about this, imagine using your mana crystal in Hearthstone as like an ability. Like imagine each class had the ability to like cash in one mana crystal to do a special effect. Like imagine mage could spend a mana crystal to do 1 damage, or, you know, warrior could spend 1 mana crystal to do gain 1 armor, something like that. That's what basically these are. You know, they're lands that they can give you mana, or they can do certain abilities. So that's cool. Got another one of these creatures. And as you can see, there is cards that actually cost different colors, right? So this guy, you can only play him in a deck with red and green. So that's when it comes into play, you know, mixing and matching the cards. Sometimes there'll be cards that need 3 of the colors, or maybe even 5 of the colors. So yeah. Why is Twitch writing welcome to the chat for me every few minutes? I'm not familiar and I'm not sure to turn this off. I am not sure, actually. I don't know if anyone else watching has that issue or knows how to fix it. So as I mentioned, now we're into the uncommons. So the black symbol is common. The silver symbol is uncommon. This is an artifact, which I think the closest thing to compare this to in Hearthstone is like a location. Basically, this is a persistent thing that sits on the board, but it's not a creature. So yeah, I would say a location is kind of the most similar comparison. Got another one of those instant spells. Once again, the art in this game is just really, really cool. Got another land. So actually, this is a really cool one. So this is a double-sided card. So Magic, you know, they do a lot of funky things. And one of them is there's actually double-sided cards sometimes, and they work in different ways, right? So this is what I talked about, a sorcery spell. So this is a spell you can only cast on your turn. You can't cast this spell on your opponent's turn. And it's essentially, you know, you can pay a red or a green, but if you want, it can also be played as this card. So these double-sided cards, you can basically play one side or the other, which is super, super cool, because it's basically, you know, it's one card in your deck, but it's almost like a choose one kind of card in Druid, right? where it's two very different types of cards, but it's only taking up one slot in your deck, so it's very versatile in that sense. Yeah, super neat. I miss when Hearthstone had art like this. Yeah, Hearthstone art is so hit or miss. Just like with the themes of expansions, right? I was talking on Monday about how the newest expansion, I'm really bummed with the theme because it's basically two goofy expansions we're getting back to back. And I like when they flip-flop a bit, right? Have some serious expansions, have some, goofy expansions. And yeah, sometimes sometimes Hearthstone has some really cool art and some good sets, and sometimes it's just very cartoony and goofy. But yeah, I love this much more, like this painted style, and it's just like more adult to me. Which is one reason I never got into Pokemon, which I think the art on Pokemon, I don't know, I don't even have the nostalgia for it. But the art in Magic is just on a different level. So yeah, got a dragon here, uncommon. So now we got our rare. You can see by the gold here. Spirit Knight. And then every pack comes with a foil card. So you can see we got a foil uncommon. Flavor text and card descriptions is often so cool and underrated. Yeah, so I pointed that out earlier. But you can basically see in Magic cards, there's this little line at the bottom, and then it has the flavor text for the card right on the card. So not every card has flavor text. Let's see, this one does. This one does. Like, most of them do. See, some of them have like quotes that are like kind of like in lore. Yeah, so I'll be honest, I'm not, super big on the flavor text stuff and whatnot, but some people like it, as you said. Some people love that stuff. So yeah, here's our foiled. Then you get one land in the pack, and then this is a token. So basically, some cards in Magic can create other creatures, just like in Hearthstone, right? So imagine you play like a spell that says summon two treants, right? This is basically representing that. So there's some cards there's a card that will say, for instance, summon Fanatic of Ronus, which is a blah, blah, blah. And this is just like an extra card to represent it, essentially. What's the difference between creatures and enchantment creatures? So just like artifacts, enchantments are basically things that stay on the board, kind of like a location. It's basically just a thing on the board that gives you some kind of like passive effect. But this is actually another cool thing with Magic. So there can be enchantments, or there could be enchantment creatures. With where is it? That red card I showed you. Yep. So this is an artifact, right? You can also have artifact creatures. And just what that means is it's a creature, but anything that also affects enchantments or artifacts also affects it. So say you had a card that said destroy an enchantment. Technically, it can target this. Even though it's a creature, it's an enchantment creature. So anything that would affect enchantments also affects this. So you can have like an enchantment themed deck and then also have some enchantment creatures in it. Same with artifacts. You can have an artifact deck with like artifact creatures in it, and then things, affect both of them, right? Yeah, it is really cool. Like I said, I think Magic compared to Hearthstone is just a much like deeper, more versatile game, which is a good or bad thing depending on how you look at it, right? It could be a bad thing because it's just a lot more to learn and absorb. But I will say the absolute basics of Magic are very, very easy to learn. I think Magic is very easy to learn, but it's like, what's it called? It's easy to learn, hard to master. Right? Where it is very deep and there is a lot of interactions and things, but I think the basics of the game are pretty simple. So see here, got another sorcery, which once again, that means you can't cast it on your opponent's turn. You can only play it on your turn. Got a goblin wizard here. So what legendary creature means is you can only have one of these out at once. So say this right, the Nyxborn Unicorn, you could have 2 of these on your board, 3 of these on your board, 4 of these on your board, whatever, right? But this guy, Skoa, you can only have 1. If you play a second one, you have to destroy one of them. So that's what legendary creature means. It also means some other things, but that's the main bit there. You can only have one of these on the board at once. So you can see when he enters, he deals 4 damage to anything, and then you can discard an... Oh, see, that's kind of cool. So if you have one of these in your hand, you can discard it and sacrifice 2 mountains, and it does 4 damage again. So it's kind of a way to use up the extra copies of him if you have them. Got another sorcery spell. See, I feel like I'm going to mention it so many times, but goddamn, the art in this game is so good. Is there a max limit of creatures on the board? Nope. There's no max limit. You could have 200 creatures on the board if you want. And there actually is decks that, you know, like say like a token deck, right? Where you just fill your board with like 1/1s and 2/2s and stuff like that. But yeah, it's obviously harder in real life Magic to keep track of that many cards. But say in Magic Arena, which is like the digital version of Magic, yeah, you could have 100, 200 creatures on your board. Oh yeah. Got an Elf, Shaman, Mutant. Got a Spirit here. Death Touch is basically poisonous from Hearthstone. So if this does any damage to something, it'll just kill it. There's a lot of... Actually, I should have been paying attention to that. There's a lot of keywords, actually, in Magic that are very, very similar to Hearthstone keywords. Cycling, that's kind of like tradable. So what that means is you can pay... Here, let me see if it'll focus. Yep. So it says cycling 2. So you pay 2 mana, you discard this card and draw a card. So it's essentially tradable. You pay 2 mana and you can get rid of this card and draw another one. Which, funny enough, I have a whole deck based around cycling. And I've said how I like tradable in Hearthstone a lot. So yeah, there's the Death Touch I talked about. Another land. If Hearthstone did not have a board limit, I would be able to make my Flint combo deck with bounty boards work. Yeah, it would be interesting. I wish there was some kind of like custom Hearthstone mode, right? Where you can get rid of like certain limits and stuff like that and just break stuff. So here's another creature that, as you can see, requires multiple colors. So you have to play this in a deck with at least red and blue. You know, most commonly are 2-color and 3-color decks. You can make 4 and 5-color decks, but they're not usually as competitive. So yeah, the most common you see is either single-color decks or 2 or 3 colors. Got Brain Surge, another instant. So you can see here, this says draw 4 cards and then put 2 cards from your hand on top of your library in any order. And because it's an instant, you can play this on your opponent's turn. Do you have to pay only blue and red for it? So if you have a deck with, say, blue, red, and white, right? You can only pay the blue and the red for this, but you can play this in a deck with more than just blue and red, if that's what you mean. Also Poncho, a lot of my nostalgia for the classic set, I think, comes from the art. Really iconic looking cards. Yeah, so funny enough, in Hearthstone, I talked about this recently, but a lot of the original art in Hearthstone is actually from the Warcraft card game. I don't know if everyone's familiar with this, but Warcraft actually had a physical card game as well. And a lot of the art from classic Hearthstone is ripped right from those cards. Got a Nightmare Wombat. So this is another type of card. This is called a Saga. And the way it works, based on the left here, you can see 1, 2, 3, 4. So the way this works is the turn you play it, it triggers the effect on 1. And then your next turn, it does the effect on 2, 3, 4, and then it destroys itself. So it's basically a card that you play and it has effects for your next few turns. And they're all different. You know, some of these cards, it'll be a different effect every single turn. You can see on this one, it's the same effect for 1, 2, and 3, and then it has like a big final effect. So yeah, kind of cool there. Basically playing a card, and it's almost kind of like an aura in Hearthstone, in the sense that you play it and you're getting some consistent effect over the next few turns. Got another one of those dual-sided cards here. So you can play this as an instant card, or you can play it as a land. Got Angel of Ruin here. So this one has flying. So what flying means is when this, so the way things work in Magic with combat is a little different. Instead of attacking your opponent's creatures directly, you actually attack your opponent and then they can block with their creatures. So a creature with flying, it can only be blocked by other creatures with flying, or if they have something called reach. So flying creatures can be a bit harder to block. We got, how the hell do you say that? Shilgengar, Sire of Famine. Got an Elder Demon. It's got a bunch of text. Got our shiny card. And they got an art card. Actually, so these are actually kind of cool. One of the things you can get in these packs is a full basic card, like a card that's just the art of a card. So you flip this over, you can see that's the name of the card, that's the artist. But yeah, it's just the whole art. Which I'll be honest, I like these a lot. I have a whole box of these, and I've seen some people online basically frame them, and it looks really cool. If you put a bunch of these like in a grid and frame them, especially for certain sets where you like the art a lot. Yeah, it's cool. I like it. It's just a little thing. Also, no bangers so far. Because this is a more premium set, there is some expensive cards in it. Haven't opened any of them yet, though. At least to my knowledge. I didn't recognize anything. Want to focus. Got a Bird Soldier. Molten Gatekeeper. Oh yeah, so I brought it up, right? So here's an artifact creature. So anything that affects artifacts will also affect this. Got another instant card. Got an Eldrazi Lizard. Actually, I recognize this artist here. Basically, at the bottom of the card, if it wants to focus, it always shows the artist, you know, who did the art for this card. And I recognize this guy's name because he does some really... He has a certain style to them. Which is actually, yeah, you actually will learn to recognize some artists because obviously, you know, they commission certain artists to do, like, it's very rare that someone just does one art for Magic and that's it, right? Usually they're doing a bunch of cards per expansion and everyone has their own art style, right? So you start to recognize like certain art styles of certain artists, which is kind of cool. Which, that's one nice thing versus like Magic, right? Versus Hearthstone, where all the cards in Hearthstone like look the same. Like they all have the same art style pretty much, right? But Magic, it actually varies a little bit based on the artist. Got another land here. Snapping Voidcraw. It's an Eldrazi turtle. Yeah, see, I talked about it earlier. But this like Eldrazi creature type, I love. I think they're so cool looking. Copy Crook. Yes, this is an enchantment. So basically enchantments and artifacts, like I said, they're kind of like locations. But where it's a thing that sits on the board, but it's not a creature. It basically just gives you like a persistent effect. Or sometimes you have to like activate the card to get the effect. Deep Analysis. Roshin. Oh, I got our first mythic. So you can see here, it's orange. So this is a mythic, and this is also a double-sided card. So this is a new type of card here. I'm trying to think, what can it, oh, kind of like a Titan. So this is kind of like a Titan. So you can see this is a creature. It costs 1 green. It has 1/2. Has Death Touch, and basically it has like this effect here, where you know if you hit the condition here, you can flip the card into the other side. And this is what's called a Planeswalker, which the closest thing to compare it to is a Titan. Basically, how it works is you can see here it has multiple abilities. Come on, camera, focus. So this is essentially its health. It has 3 mana. And every turn you can do one of these abilities. So if you do the top ability, it's the weakest, but it gives you +1. So this would essentially have 4 health, right? The second ability, you have to basically spend 2 health and you do the second one, or its ultimate ability, which is the strongest, it costs 6. So you wouldn't be able to use this until you got them up to 6, right? So like a Titan, you can use one of these per turn. Also, they can be attacked. So say you do the 1, goes up to 4. If you get attacked by it for say 3 damage, right? And this goes down to 1, then you wouldn't be able to do the -2. If it goes to 0, it just dies. Do you count health with tokens? Yeah, I usually just dice. So if I played this card and I did like the +1 ability, I would just put a dice on it that said 1. That's typically how you keep track of that stuff. But yeah, like I said, Magic does a lot of stuff like this, and I love it. So I guess if you can read it, right? It says, whenever Grist or another creature enters the battlefield under your control, if it entered from your graveyard or you cast it from your graveyard, you may pay a green. So basically what this says is, if... because you can like resurrect creatures like in Hearthstone, right? So it basically says if you played a creature from your graveyard, you can pay some mana and then you flip this over and you basically transform it. So it is really cool. And they do a lot of stuff like this, right? Where something starts one way and then you do some kind of effect and it switches the other way. So yeah, that is neat. And then got our shiny card. Funny enough, this is a double-sided card. So it's like double shiny. And then got another one of those tokens for a plant. But yeah, typically you just use dice. I can actually show you. So typically you use dice to track stuff. I have these numbered dice. You just track. Or if say you're buffing a creature, right? I also bought these dice. So say I give you a creature +1/+1. It's just easy to track like buffs. But yeah, typically just using dice to track stuff like that. All right. Oh, and also I didn't think about this. You maybe remind me with health. So the way health works in Magic, if a creature gets damaged in Hearthstone, it has that damage forever, right? In Magic, at the end of every turn, creatures heal fully. So you can see this creature here, it has 0 attack, it has 4 life. If this got hit for 3, and so it now has 1 life left, at the end of your turn, it gets healed back to 4. So between the fact that you can't attack creatures directly and creatures heal back up at the end of their turn, board presence is much stronger in Magic. It's a little bit harder to remove creatures in Magic. So yeah, which I like. Magic typically, I would say, has more, like board-based gameplay, which Hearthstone kind of flips back and forth, right? Hearthstone's very board-based sometimes, depending on the meta, and it isn't. Got horrific assault. So you can see, this is kind of what I was talking about, right? So you see this art, kind of looks like typical Magic art. And then like, look at this. Because it boils down to the artist. Like different artists have different styles. You won't see anything like drastically different, but still, you do see different styles of art, which is really cool. And like I said, it makes certain artists stand out as a result. Got an instant card here. Kind of like Druid. This basically says choose one and has 3 options. So basically you can play this card for either of the effects it says. Basically like choose one with Druid. Got another instant card. And you can see I talked earlier. Black is kind of like Warlock, right? Black sacrifices creatures, uses health, things like that. And this one says, as an additional cost to cast this spell, sacrifice a creature or artifact. So basically, yeah, you have to sacrifice something in order to play this. So if you have like no creatures or no artifacts on the board, you couldn't play this card. Wow, this one looks really similar to the other one. Is it the same artist? It is. So that's what I was talking about. So you can see these two cards. Come on, camera, focus. Justine Jones. This is the one I showed earlier. There's another one. I really like that they give the artists like freedom, right, to explore their own style. Like Hearthstone is very much like, hey, make this card and it has to look like other cards. Very rarely do cards in Hearthstone stand out as like unique art, right? But Magic, yeah, they have a lot of freedom to kind of put their own flair on it. To a point, right? You're not going to see like Pokemon art in Magic, but yeah, they do vary there for sure. Another instant card. Another land, contaminated landscape. Eldrazi Boar Beast. It's a most. Oh, yeah, see, that's what I was talking about, reach. So if a creature has reach, it can block things with flying, essentially. Are there cards that let you choose all options, like the Druid Quest or Location? Yep. So I don't have one to grab offhand quick, but let me bring up the. I'll show you that card again for reference. Oh, you reminded me to take an energy drink from the fridge. Yeah, I found these at the dollar store. They're monsters, but they're skinny cans, like Red Bulls. So you're welcome. But yeah, so Cartman asks, are there cards that let you choose all the options? Yeah, so there are cards like this that it might say choose one or more. So you could choose one, you could choose two, you could choose three options. Or there's some that might say choose three. You can choose the same option more than once. So you could choose the first one 3 times. You could choose the first one twice, then the last one. So there's a lot of variation on cards like this. So some will let you choose one, some will let you choose multiple, some will let you choose all of them. Yeah, there's a lot of variety with that for sure. Zenny, no, I came in late. Hey, we're still in progress. We still got 5 packs left here. Will the VOD be available? Yeah, so I would check out my YouTube. So I actually multi-stream to both YouTube and Twitch. And the main reason for that being is the VODs stay on YouTube. So if you go to my YouTube, actually, you can actually scroll back on the VODs too. So if you go to YouTube, you can actually right now just scroll back to the beginning and start over if you'd like. But yeah, I mean, I have to say again, the art on these two cards really, really cool. Where were we though? All right. Got Worm Coil Larva. So Lifelink is, what's it called in Hearthstone? Lifesteal? It's the one where however much damage it deals, you gain that much life. I'm having a brain fart. What's it called in Hearthstone? I think it's just Lifesteal, right? Can I find one? Lifesteal, okay. It sounded too simple. But yeah, Lifelink is essentially Lifesteal in Hearthstone. Death Touch is poisonous. Then we got Triton Wavebreaker. Merfolk are kind of similar to Murlocs. They're like fish ocean people. Got another double-sided card. Oh, Zek also says, dang, missed the first hour. Yeah, well, you can rewind if you want, or we still got 5 packs to go. So yeah, this is kind of cool. This is another example of a card that this is a hybrid cost. So this means that this costs black or red. So you could pay 2 black, you could pay 2 red, or you could pay 1 black, 1 red. So it has kind of like a variable cost in that regard. Victimize. I actually know this card. I've played this card in a bunch of decks. Basically, what you do is you pick 2 creatures in your graveyard, then you sacrifice a creature, and then you bring the other creatures back. So what you do is you basically sacrifice a creature to resurrect 2 creatures. That's what that does. Really good card. Yeah, resurrecting works way better Graveyard is discard. Yeah. So whenever a creature dies, whenever anything is discarded or destroyed or whatever, it goes to your graveyard. And unlike Hearthstone, you can actually see your graveyard and interact with your graveyard. So, yeah, you know, there's a lot of cards that let you bring creatures back from your graveyard or bring cards back from your graveyard. That's a lot bigger thing. So if you ever liked Resurrect decks in Hearthstone, they are a million times better in Magic. Not even close. And black is a big part of that. Black has a lot of like resurrection effects, which I like. I have a lot of decks that do stuff like this. And actually, yeah, there's actually cards too that'll let you resurrect cards from your opponent's graveyard. Or might let you cast spells from your opponent's graveyard. So yeah, there's a lot more like interaction with cards that have been destroyed or discarded. Zach, I have the original promo Wormcoil engine. I'll rewind finish later. Oh yeah, yeah. For anyone who actually plays Magic, this is kind of a play on an old card that was called Wormcoil Engine. This is kind of like a baby version of it. Pod, how much one pack costs at the moment? I watch a streamer playing on a line version of this. It's really cool. So this set, the closest comparison to Hearthstone is this is basically Caverns of Time. So this is a higher power level set that actually skips standard. So Magic also has standard and it has, you know, the wild equivalent as well, right? So these cards are skipping standard, going right to wild like Caverns of Time. And as a result, this is a higher power level set and they're more expensive. So I live in Canada and these packs are $10 to $12 each in Canada. But a normal standard set, the packs are like $6, $7, something like that. So it's basically double the price for this set. But like I said, a normal set, yeah, they're American. I think they're like $5 now. The flavor text on Victimize. What do we got here? Die, but die knowing that your pathetic life will yield a great bounty for me. Yeah, like I said, it is cool that all the cards have flavor text on them. And yeah, some of them, sometimes they're funny. Sometimes they like add to the lore. Are these colors called somehow? They're just called by their color. White, blue, black, red, green. But basically the like mana that they produce has a name. So black uses swamps. White uses plains. Actually, I have them over here still. Where did I put them? I'll use the non-shiny ones. A little easier on the camera. Yeah. So this is White's mana source. You can see like, actually I'll use the normal ones, not the full art ones. So this is White's mana source. It uses plains. You can see the white symbol here. Blue uses islands. Black uses swamps. Red uses mountains. And then green uses forests. So that's basically how the colors work and what they're called. Bruh, oh my god, what's happening? So I'm getting very close to 1,000 subscribers on YouTube, and I've been wanting to do some cool different things. So today I'm opening some Magic packs on stream. Thought that'd be fun. Zek, Warlock hardly scratches the surface of the dark magic stuff Black can do. Oh, for sure. Black is definitely a lot deeper than just like Warlock and Hearthstone, but I think that's just the closest comparison. But yeah, Victimize, like I said, card I play a ton. Strix Serenade. Oh, I actually wanted this card. This is a very, very good card. So once again, instant cards let you play them on your opponent's turn. And it says counter target artifact, creature, or planeswalker spell, and they get a 2/2 bird. So what this means, and this would probably infuriate a lot of Hearthstone players, but what this means is that, say it's your turn, right? And you play some giant ass like 8 mana minion, I can pay 1 blue mana and then counter it. So it just goes into your graveyard. But you get a 2/2 bird. So you get something out of it. Do you also attend tournaments in Magic? I used to. I haven't. Yeah, so I primarily play paper Magic, you know, Magic in real life. I haven't gone to any events in stores in, I don't know, a couple years. Just with work and stuff, it's been hard. But so I primarily play with like friends and stuff. But I used to go to the stores and play events all the time. You'll get to 1,000 subs in a few minutes if you rip your most valuable card apart. I'm not saying it's a good idea, but it could work. Hey, you're my lawyer. You wouldn't give me bad advice, right? But yeah, this is a very good card. So, this is basically objection. This is like 1 mana objection that your opponent can choose when to play it. So yes, these cards very much frustrate newer players. Got our shiny card. It's a zombie. Yeah, so you can see this. This is an example, right? This guy costs 1. He's a 1/1, so he's just like a little shitter. But you can pay 4 mana and return him from your graveyard to the battlefield with 2/1 on it. So basically, you play it for 1. He's a 1/1 little shitter. Later in the game, you play 4 mana, bring him back as a 3/3. And then when he dies, bring him back once again as a 3/3. So yeah, zombies are a great example of that, where you can just keep bringing creatures back and back from the graveyard. Like thematically, zombies are great in Magic. Like they very much have that feel of like just coming back from the dead over and over. Zek, Friday night Magic drafts used to be the thing, but now half the shops just play Commander. Yeah, I will be honest, I only play Commander at this point. I haven't played competitive in a while. And then we got our token. All right, let's see if we can get some bangers. Got 5 packs left. But yeah, I used to play Standard. I never got into like Modern or any of the other older formats. I really should. I've always wanted to. But I'm mainly just Commander at this point. So we got a Cat Dragon. Okay. Come on, the little camera that could. What is Commander? Is it like Wild? So there's nothing really to compare Commander to in Hearthstone. The way Commander is everyone plays a Highlander deck. So you play a 100-card deck that's Highlander, so no duplicates, and then it's typically played in a 4-player free-for-all game. So that's the main big difference, right? Is it's not a one-on-one competitive format. It's a multiplayer free-for-all format. So, you know, me and my friends usually play Commander, and Commander is the most popular format in Magic at this point. And it's very fun because it's very social. You know, in Commander, because it's free for all, right? You can choose like who you want to attack, and there's, you know, constantly like you're making like deals with people and stuff, right? You know, I could be like, hey, I won't attack Cartman, or like I will attack Cartman if you do this for me, or, you know, like I won't do this if you do this. And there's like backstabbing, and it's very like political and social in that regard. And also in Commander, you can play all of the cards from the entire history of the game. So Magic's been out for like 30 years now, and you can use all the cards ever released. So there's a lot of options. There's a lot of cool decks you can build. Bro, I tried to get into Magic, but it's way too expensive. Commander's really interesting though. So yeah, I will say, you know, I've mentioned it a couple times now, but Magic really is only as expensive as you want it to be. You know, you can buy pre-made Commander decks for $50 that you can play totally fine. Yeah, I have many decks that are under $100 that I've played for years. That's the one nice thing about Commander, right? Is there's no rotation in Commander. So whatever deck you play, you can play 10 years from now. And yeah, they sell tons of pre-made decks that are actually decent. So yeah, you could buy a pre-made deck for $50. Even whatever, put $20 in upgrades into it if you want, and it can go a long way. Are the cheap decks good though, or you have to pay a lot to get a good deck? So with Commander, it kind of depends who you play with, right? Because you can build a deck for like $2,000 that'll just shit on all your friends. But as long as you guys kind of, you know, communicate, you know, and say, hey, I'm playing a deck that's like not super strong. It's kind of like medium, you know. Yeah, because the thing with Commander is it's not a very competitive format. Most people are just playing Commander for fun. So people are very willing to play, say, like weaker decks. Like I have a variety of decks at different power levels, right? I have some decks that are pretty much just pre-made decks. I have some decks that I have one deck specifically that's like $1,000. I put a lot of money into, and then I have lots of decks that are like $100, $200. So if I'm playing with people or playing with friends, you know, depending on what they're playing, I'll play a weaker deck or a stronger deck. So yeah, you could buy a $50 deck, and as long as you're playing with people that like understand that and they're going to play something relatively similar, totally fine. Is there a card in Magic that can destroy multiple lands for the opponent? Here, let me bring something up quick. There is, and that is one of the most hated forms. Like one of the, my keyboard's moved. It's hard to type. I don't know if I typed that right. Yep. So look at this Magic card. It is 4 mana, destroy all lands. So essentially when you play this card, it essentially resets everyone back to 0 mana. And yeah, people hate these cards. But yes, there is ways to destroy lands, essentially destroy mana in Magic. People are not a fan though. Bro, I don't live in a first world country though. These products are very expensive here. So much so that WotC literally stopped translating cards into my language because it's unprofitable. Oh, that's too bad to hear. Yeah, so cards like this. So actually you can see here, these are all the different formats. I zoom this a bit. These are all the different formats in Magic, right? So if it's gray, it's banned. If it's green, it's legal. You can see there's a lot of formats where you can't play this card. And even the cards where you can play this, it's like social banned. You know, people, even though it's not technically banned, people hate them so much, you're not going to play them. Hey, Psycho Crazy. Thanks for the sub. How you doing? Today's a bit of a different stream. Today I'm opening Magic packs. So, yeah, let's get back into it. Got our cat dragon here. Oh, wait. I think I passed some of these already. Got a snake. Oh, equipment. Actually, this is the first equipment we've seen. So, how equipment work is basically you pay this 2 mana, and it goes onto the board. It's an artifact. So this just sits on the board. It's not a creature, but, and then you can see at the bottom here, it says equip 2. So what you could do is pay 2 mana to attach this to a creature. And you can see equipped creature gets +1/+1. And whenever the creature attacks, each opponent loses 1 life. So basically equipment is like a way to buff a creature. But then when the creature dies, this just goes back on your board. So you can pay 2 to attach it to something again. So until this like specific equipment is destroyed, you can just keep paying 2 to attach it to different creatures and keep getting use out of it. So yeah, equipment's pretty cool. And there's obviously decks that are like centered around equipment and things like that. Got Skoa, we saw him earlier. Goblin Wizard. Beautiful landscape. That is a beautiful landscape. Or bountiful, I can't read. Obstinate Gargoyle? Collective Resistance. Oh, see, who was it? Cartman. Cartman asked about this a bit. So this one, see, it says choose 1 or more. And basically it says that every other one you pick, you have to pay extra mana. So it says pay this cost for each mode chosen beyond the first. So basically if you pay 2 mana, you can pick 1. If you pick 3 mana, you can pick 2. If you pick 4 mana, you can pick 3. And like I said, there's a lot of variations on cards like this. It's like Magic takes like the choose 1 mechanic from Druid, like amps up to 11. There's so many variations of cards like this. Golden Tail Trainer, Fox Samurai. Got another double-sided card. So, yeah, see, this is kind of a cool one. So this one is a creature, or you can play it as a land. So say it's like the early game and like you really need a land, you can play it as a land. If not, you can hold on to it and play as a creature. So very versatile. Got an uncommon. Human Wizard. Got a Zombie Knight. So Vigilance, I don't think I've seen or explained yet. Basically in Magic, when you use a card, you turn it sideways. It's called tapping it. And so basically if you attack, so if I attack with a creature, I turn it sideways. And basically when it's turned sideways, it can't block. So that's a decision you have to make, right? Where if you attack with creatures during your next turn, they can't block. So that's another way that combat in Magic is a little bit more complicated. But if it has Vigilance, it means that when it attacks, it doesn't tap. So this guy can attack and still block the next turn. That's essentially what that means. Oh, and you can see too, remember I talked about how the graveyard is a little bit more important in Magic versus Hearthstone? So you can see right here, this guy gets +1/+1 for every creature in your graveyard. So this guy's a 2-mana 2/2, but if you have 5 creatures in your graveyard, this guy's a 2-mana 7/7. So yeah, pretty cool. Got our shiny. It looks like the alien head, doesn't it? Got another equipment though. So you can see this one, right? Equipped creature gets +X+1, where X is the number of artifacts you control. So if you have 5 artifacts on the board, and this includes like artifact creatures. I talked about that a bit earlier, right? Where there's artifact creatures, even though it's a creature, it would still count for this because it's also an artifact. So if you have 5 artifacts on the board, this will give your creature +5/+1, and you could keep paying 2 mana to equip it to new creatures. Got a shiny land. And we got another art card. Which, like I said, I think these are super cool. I'm really going to frame some of them at one point. It's funny that the people here just started printing cards and playing with those instead. I might try that. Oh, for sure. I know some people are very much against proxies and printing your own cards. I don't give a shit. If you don't want to pay for cards, I think that's totally fine. But some people take offense to that. I don't get it. Zek says self-mill. Brother's a really interesting self-mill deck with Jace, a guy who just wins the game when you run out of cards in your deck. Yeah, so I guess that's another difference with Magic, or sorry, Magic and Hearthstone. The way it works in Magic is, you know, in Hearthstone, when you run out of cards, if you draw, you take 1 damage. Then the next time you take 2 damage, 3 damage, etc. In Magic, if your deck runs out, the next time you have to draw, you lose the game. So milling is a more legit strategy, I would say. And if games go on long enough, it can be, you know, kind of detrimental to draw too much, right? Because instead of just taking some damage, you actually just lose the game. So yeah, that's one big difference for like mill decks and just going through your deck in general in Magic. Do the creatures have to die before you can re-equip them, or you can just rip it off a living creature? Yeah, so the creature doesn't have to die. So if you pay, so say we have 2 creatures here, right? Say you pay 2 mana to attach it to this knight, and then you attack with it, you do something with it. You could pay 2 more mana to then move it to this guy. So yeah, the creature doesn't have to die. You can move the equipment as you want. We got a knight here. Got that vigilance ability again, so he can attack and stay to block. God, I talked about it earlier, but the art on these Eldrazi guys, I love it. Just creepy, tentacly, Eldritch Horror type monsters. Great. Got another one here. How insufferable you must be to go against proxies, let people enjoy the game. Oh, 100%. I see zero problem with proxies at all. Got this weird guy. Ooze Brushwag. Okay. Got a vampire. I recognize him from an earlier pack. Got a land. Got a goblin warrior. Got a goblin. One thing with Magic too is it's much easier to build tribal decks in Magic. You know, Hearthstone, yes, sometimes there's payoffs to playing a certain creature type. In Magic, it's much more prevalent. You know, you're much more likely to run into like a zombie deck or a vampire deck or a goblin deck. And there's a ton of different creature types. You can build a bear deck. You can build a bird deck. You know, there's so many creature types that you can build decks around. That's great. Got an instant here. I really like how Magic has a lot of X spells where, you know, the effect varies based on certain things. So for this one, you can see it says it deals X damage to target creature and you gain X life, where X is the number of swamps you control. So if you have 10 swamps, this deals 10 damage and heals you for 10. If you have 5 swamps, deals 5 damage and heals you for 5. So there's a lot of cards like that the effect depends on some variable, or even the cost might have an X in it. So you can play like 2 mana for the spell or 10 mana for the spell. Yeah. Got another one of those sagas. So for anyone who was here earlier, this is kind of like an aura in Hearthstone. So the way it works is you play this card and the first effect goes off, and then your next turn, the second effect goes off, next turn, third effect goes off, then it's destroyed. So you're basically playing 2 mana for this card and you're getting 3 turns worth of effects on it. And usually the effects like escalate as it goes on too. Got another dual-sided card. Got another land, Barbarian Ring. Hey, got the doggy. We got the art for him earlier. So this is another version of a card you can get. Sometimes you can get cards where like the art takes up the whole frame. Like that's like how a normal creature looks, right? But yeah, you can get versions like that where the art fills up the whole card. Pretty nice looking. Yeah, dog. We literally got the art for him in an earlier pack. Got a shiny land. And got a little token. Phyrexian Germ. I love sagas. We should have them in Hearthstone. Yeah, I could see sagas existing in Hearthstone for sure, actually. Like I said, the closest, it's almost like they have the technology there, right? They're essentially auras, but instead of doing the same effect every turn, it's a different effect every turn. All right. Third last pack. No bangers yet. At least not that none that I've recognized. Oh, this is the first aura, I think. So an aura, it's kind of like an equipment where you attach it to a creature and it buffs a creature. But unlike equipment, you can't attach this to something else. And once the creature dies, this is also destroyed. So equipment, you can kind of reuse over and over again and move them between creatures. Auras get used once, and then once the creature dies, it also goes away. Problem is, if they bring that out, people are going to cry they stole that from Magic. I don't know. There's a lot of mechanics in Hearthstone that they've stolen from Magic, actually. So it wouldn't be the first time. But yeah. Dog Umbra. Got a wizard guy. Oh, see, Scry. So when I did my keyword tier list for Hearthstone, I talked about how much I like Dredge. And there's a lot of similar mechanics in Magic. And Scry is one of them. Scry is basically Dredge, but the top of your deck. So when it says Scry 2, it means you look at the top 2 cards of your deck and you put them back in any order you want. Or there could be a card that says Scry 5, and you look at the top 5 cards of your deck and you put them back in any order you want. And I really like Scry. It's a simple mechanic, but it's a nice way to just kind of ensure good draws, right? Especially like if you're top decking or something, scrying can make sure that your next draw is a bit better. And yeah, it's the closest thing in Hearthstone is Dredge, and I really like Dredge a lot. Sagas are kind of a mix of auras and quests. That is true. Yeah, for sure. Got another Eldrazi here. Gravedigg. Oh, so here's another one. So it says choose one, and it has 2 options, right? Or you can pay 2 extra and do both. So many variations of this effect. Jolted Awake. Got an artifact creature. So once again, this is a creature, but anything that affects artifacts or, is influenced by artifacts also affects this. So how can I compare this to Hearthstone? It's almost like if you played a creature that was like a weapon creature, and anything that said it could like destroy a weapon or, take control of a weapon or something like that, it would also affect this, even though it's a creature. So it's kind of it's like multiple card types in one card. Got other lands. Another Eldrazi. Little Condor. Wampus Aberration. It's an Eldrazi beast. Got a dinosaur. You can make a dinosaur deck if you want. Oh, haven't seen this one yet. So First Strike. So first strike, is there anything like this in Hearthstone? I don't think so. Basically, first strike says when, when this is attacking another creature, this will deal damage first. So he has 2/1. Say he attacks a creature that is a 2/2. He will kill the 2/2 and the 2/2 won't do anything to him. So yeah, just he deals damage first. But it's only when attacking, I believe. Am I remembering that right? Is first strike on block too? I'm having a brain fart here. Oh, it's even on blocking. Okay, I don't know what I'm talking about. I think Legends of Runeterra or something. It's only when attacking. I'm getting mixed up. Bruh, auras are cool, but they've only been aggro slop so far. My favorite card in Magic is Oath of Kaya, because it's just a removal with a nice continuous effect, and it can be bounced to be used again. Yes, I'm a filthy Yorion player. I love that archetype. Hey, no judging, man. I have a Blink deck as well. Yeah, Blink is a very fun mechanic in Magic for sure. Orphomancer. This is an example. I mentioned it earlier, but half the cards in this set are reprints of older cards. And this is one of those cards that I'm pretty sure this is the first time this card's been reprinted in a long time. Probably not worth anything, but yeah. Null Drifter. Anyone familiar with Magic? This is a play on Mull Drifter, so that's funny. Quest for the Necropolis. It's our shiny. And got a treasure token. So once again, the tokens, this isn't a real card that you put into your deck. This is just a card used to represent another card. So you might have a card that says create a treasure, and this is just a physical version to represent it. All right, second last pack. Can we get something good? All right, got that card again. Really cool art on that one. Got our Eldrazi Lizard again. Got a Spirit here. Bird Soldier. Got an Artifact Creature Golem. Got another land. Got that Raptor again. Got Quest for the Necropolis again. Glyph Elemental. Got another double-sided card here. Either a land or an aura. Very versatile cards. Oh yeah, see, here's a good example, right? So this is a variable cost spell. So you can see it costs 1 red and then basically however much you want. So this could be 0, this could be 5, this could be 20. And it says, destroy each artifact with mana value X or less. So that's basically saying their cost. So if you do this as 1 red and 5, basically it'll destroy every artifact that costs 5 or less. But keep in mind, if you have an artifact creature, that would count. Even though it says nothing about creature, if it's an artifact creature, it's also considered an artifact. So that's an example of kind of like that interaction there. Dreamtide Whale. Got that Golem guy again. Got a land. And a Moonfolk token. All right, last pack. Unless there's anything I missed or don't recognize the price for. Got a lot of shitters so far. Let's see, last pack. We get something good. All right. Got the Dog Umbra. That's the artifact creature. So that spell would destroy this guy. If it was 2 or less, or more, rather. Got this dude again. Another Eldrazi. Gravedigg. It's actually really funny. Anyone familiar with Magic? This is like the art for Gravedigger, but it's Gravedigg and it's a spell. It's funny. Conduit Goblin. Got that Gargoyle again. Oh yeah, see? This is another artist that has a very iconic style. Like this guy's art reminds me of like Magic from the 90s. Like very old school Magic. I love this guy's art. Is there a price list available for cards in this expansion? Yeah. So here, there's different sites you can use. I primarily, I don't know what's going on here. Is this not the right site? Okay. I primarily use this site called MTG Goldfish. Basically, you can go here. You can click on any set you want. I'm opening Modern Horizons 3. So you can see here, we'll show tabletop price. Yeah. So you can see here, here's like all the cards. Here's their price here. Yeah. You can see, yeah, here's all the cards in the set. You can see there's some cards here, $60, $55. Is there anything I've opened that I didn't know was expensive? We opened one Mythic. We opened that dog. I don't think anything. Nope. I don't recognize anything here. Oh, we opened that one. $8 card. So that one paid for the pack. But yeah, basically, and you could see how like the price of the set has changed over time, and yeah. What is the most expensive card you own at this moment? I'll have to go through. I'll show. I have one deck that I actually like pimp out and put a lot of money into, so I'll show off some cards from that deck after this. Who digs the grave for the grave digger? That is a good question. When I played most people use TCG Player for prices, but Goldfish was popular too. So I'll never use Goldfish for prices. Like if I'm really looking to like sell a card, I probably won't use Goldfish prices. I just think MTG Goldfish is just the easiest site to use, I think. So I mainly just use it for like general prices as like a starting point. Got a spirit here. So yeah, here's an example again of an enchantment creature. So this guy counts as a creature and an enchantment. Got another Eldrazi. Got a double-sided card. Hey, that's a good card. This card, I'm pretty sure this was the first reprint in a while where it was a shit ton before this reprint. Yeah, this is a $14 card right now. Let me check. I'm pretty sure before this reprint. Yeah, before this reprint, this was like a $35, $40 card. A really good card, though. So I talked about it earlier, but basically you can build decks around creature types very easy in Magic. And so this one says this is an artifact, so it just sits on the board, you know, has like a passive effect. And it says when it enters, you get to choose a creature type. And then creatures of the chosen type cost 2 less. So say you have like a zombie deck, right? You play this, you say, I'm going to pick zombies, and now zombie cards cost 2 less. So a cool little interaction there. Wrath of the Skies. Got a shiny land. And got a spirit token. So that is the cards. We got a couple like $10, $15 cards, nothing crazy. But yeah, here, let me get my main deck. One sec. I don't remember which one it is. What's this one? Anyone who plays Magic, you see what card that is? So I'll go through this deck a little bit quick, and then we'll head over to Hearthstone. But this is my favorite deck. This is the one that I actually, you know, put a lot of money into. I pimped this card out. So usually I don't care about like foil cards and special promo cards and stuff like that. This deck I do. This is the deck where I buy the fancy cards, the special cards, and things like that. So it is the Scarab God. So basically, this is a blue and black deck, which is probably my favorite color combination. And this deck is all about resurrecting things, resurrecting creatures, whether it be my creatures or my opponent's creatures. Basically, this guy has a special ability that I can resurrect a creature from any graveyard, including my opponent's, and it comes back as a 4/4. Which could be a good thing or a bad thing. If it's weak, it makes it stronger. If it's stronger, it makes it weak. So for this deck, this is a commander deck. So this is 100 cards. And this is singleton, as I mentioned. So every single card in this deck is different. So here, I'll go through some of the cards here. My most expensive is probably Force of Will, but they keep reprinting all the expensive cards. Hey, that's a good thing. I love reprints. So what do we got here? Mind Stone is basically ramp. This is so Surveil. Surveil is actually closer to Dredge than Scry is. Surveil basically means well, it tells you in the brackets. To Surveil 2, look at the top 2 cards of your library and then put any number of them into your graveyard and the rest on top of your library. So this is good because I want things in my graveyard, right? So with this card, if I have like a creature, I can just put it right in the graveyard and resurrect it. We got lands here. This is one of the better lands. It's called a shock land. Fun fact for you guys, if you've ever heard the word tutor, if you ever heard it in Hearthstone, right? If you like tutor out a weapon or tutor out something, right? That actually word originated from Magic. I forget if it was demonic or vampiric that came first. But anyways, basically there's cards in Magic that are like blank tutor. And as you can see, search your library for a card and put it into your hand. So people basically shortened it to just tutor, right? So if you tutor a spell or you tutor a weapon or whatever, it just means like you get it from your deck. Got more lands. Got some draw. See this one? Mill 5 cards and return a creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. So you can chuck some big creatures. So this card costs 5, right? You could chuck a creature worth 10 into your graveyard and then get it back. Get it, in play for only 5. Here's an example of another full art card. Cool card. Land. More lands. Another full art card. Snapcaster Mage. I don't have a fancy version of him because he is an expensive card and the fancy versions are even more expensive. But yeah, lets you replay a spell from your graveyard. Got more lands. Got Monkey. What else we got that's interesting? Oh yeah, Entomb. So Entomb is basically a tutor, but instead of putting it into your hand, you put it into your graveyard. So very, very strong. Basically, you're paying 1 mana to put any creature in your graveyard because there's ways in this deck to pay 2 mana and put a creature into play. So you could essentially pay 1, then 3 to put some giant creature into play, basically cheating things out. More lands, ramp, ramp, ramp. This is a very famous card. People always joke that every commander deck basically starts with 99 cards because this card goes into every single deck, essentially. I got Victimize. I opened this card a bit earlier. This is the one where you sacrifice a creature, then resurrect 2 creatures. Got more lands. This is a fancy land. That was basically a rare card to get from a previous set. Got more lands. So these cards are really cool. Basically for some older championships and events and stuff like that, they came out with these full art cards that just don't have any text on them. So it can be kind of confusing for maybe newer players, but this is a super common card. So, 90% of people you run into know exactly what it does. But yeah, I think those full art cards are cool. Are there Highlander payoffs? No, there isn't, unfortunately. And how long are normal commander games? It can vary. I would say your average commander game, probably 45 minutes to an hour. But depending how it goes, it can go longer, it can go shorter. Got more lands. So this is one of my favorite cards of all time, actually. It's not an especially like crazy card or anything. It's just when I got back into Magic and got back into Standard, this was a key like control win condition. Basically, it has flash, which means you can play this creature on your opponent's turn, and then when you play it, you get to cast cast a spell from your graveyard. So basically, the control deck would just stall out the game, and then play this on the opponent's turn to kill one of their creatures and replay some spell. And yeah, I just have a soft spot for it. I've meant to get like a fancy version of this for a long time. More lands, got some zombie payoffs. So this land, this land is banned in multiple formats and is very, very strong. So basically, you could see here when Field of the Dead or another land enters the battlefield, if you control 7 or more lands with different names, you create a 2/2 zombie. So what this means is when you play this, or if this is on the board, whenever you play a land, if you have 7 or more different lands, you get a 2/2. So obviously every land you play, you're getting a free 2/2, which doesn't sound very strong, but this card is banned in multiple formats. Because it's just free value. It's essentially just free value for playing lands, and it can add up. Flash is instant, but for creatures. Yep, exactly. So yeah, there is ways, and you could build a deck that's like built around flash, right? Got more ramp here. But yeah, flash is essentially instant for creatures. Exactly. See, this is one of the guys, one of like the big payoff guys you want to cheat back out. So he's 7 mana. When he enters, for each opponent, you can put a creature from their graveyard onto the battlefield. So if you're playing in a 4-player game, you basically play this guy and you're getting the 3 best creatures that your opponents have in their graveyards. So yeah, cheating this guy out, or just playing him in general, can be very strong. So funny enough, what is this crossover? Godzilla? Every so often they do like kind of these crossovers, and yeah, this is a Godzilla crossover. So the normal card here, wants to focus. The normal card is called Gyruda Doom of Depths, but then yeah, this is like the special Godzilla version of it. My friends hate this card. Got Reanimate. Oh yeah, so yeah, see, here is a perfect example, right, of cheating out cards. So let me go back, show you. So yeah. So you have Entomb. You pay 1 mana, put any creature from your deck into your graveyard. So you could pay 1 mana, put your biggest creature in your graveyard. Okay. Then you put Reanimate. Put a creature from your graveyard onto the battlefield under your control, and you lose life equal to its cost. So you're paying 1 mana to put a 10 mana creature from your graveyard into play, and you lose 10 health. Which, remember, like, health's a resource, right? But essentially, you're paying 2 mana here to put your biggest creature into play. So yeah, lots of ways to resurrect creatures, lots of ways to cheat creatures out from your graveyard. Yeah, very cool card. This is another similar one. This is essentially... So Entomb, you pay 1, put a creature in your graveyard from your deck. Buried Alive is the same thing, but 3 creatures. So you pay 3, and you search your library for 3 creatures and put them in your graveyard. So very good way to like fill up your graveyard with good creatures. Another good guy to resurrect. This is just removal, destroy a creature. This is part of an infinite combo. Got more lands. Wake the Dead, let you resurrect tons of creatures. Draw, land. This is a resurrect card. Just a good creature. Or lands. Oh, see. It's kind of getting a mess down here. So this land here, basically this gets you 1 blue mana, but it is a double-sided card. Or you could play it the other side for black. My cards are double-sleeved, and these ones have a dark back. That's why it looks so dark. But yeah, you could play this card for one side or the other. Basically, do you want blue mana or do you want black mana? Yeah. Double-sided cards are fun. All right, can I organize this a bit? Land decks and combos are super fun. Many don't see it coming. Yeah, I have a land deck as well. Land decks are like very easy for new players too. Pod, is there a limit for how many of the same card you can have in your deck? For example, only one copy of that same legendary card. So in Commander, you have a limit of 1. So every single card in this deck, outside of basic lands, every single card is different. It's like Highlander in Hearthstone. But in competitive Magic, you can have up to 4 copies of a card. So competitive Magic is 60 card decks, and you can have 4 copies of cards. So yeah, got more ramp, land. Another way to resurrect a bunch of creatures. This is part of an infinite combo. Basically, this guy, it's a 1/1, but it enters with some +1/+1 counters on it. And basically, you can remove a counter to deal 1 damage to something. And there's ways to basically infinitely resurrect this guy and just keep shooting people. So yeah, part of an infinite combo there. Got some card draw, removal. Got some more resurrection. Got another one of those full art cards. This is arguably one of the best land cycle in the game. These are called fetch lands, and this is like a fancy version. Got more card draw. Oh, I know what this is. I sold this card. I forgot to replace it. Got some resurrection. Got some. Oh, see, this is a cool example of kind of like a variable cost card. I feel like this is black in a nutshell here. So this card is called Toxic Deluge. It is a 3-mana black spell that says, as an additional cost to cast the spell, pay X life. And then all creatures get -X/-X till end of turn. So you can play this card and pay 10 life, and all creatures get -10/-10. Like, it kind of depends on the board state, right? But this is a very like black thing to do, where you're basically paying a bunch of life to destroy your opponent's board. Very good. This is probably one of, if not the best, black board wipe in the game. Got some removal, counter spells, drawing. Got another guy. Got some lands. Got more reanimation. Another big guy. Another big guy. More reanimation. Oh yeah, see, here's another one. I talked about the tutor effect earlier. So this is a 1-mana tutor, but you have to pay 2 life, and instead of going into your hand, it goes onto the top of your deck. But it's an instant, right? So you can play this on your opponent's turn. So typically how you play this card is on your opponent's turn, you will pay the 1, you will search your library, put it on top of your deck, and then it passes to your turn and you just draw the card. So typically how this card is played, but yeah, this is where the term tutor came from. Got another land. How much health do you have at the start? In Commander, you have 40 health. In normal competitive formats, you have 20. Got more lands. More lands. So lands basically make up like a third of your deck. But the thing to keep in mind is, like I said before, lands can also have abilities. So this is a land, but it can also be used to make everyone draw a card. So lands, you know, some like, where's an example? So like this, right? This is a land that just makes black mana, but there's other lands that, again, have different effects, or, you know, are essentially like spells. Got Cyclonic Rift. Basically, you can use this to return all cards to their opponent's hand. So it's kind of a bit of like a board reset. Very strong card. Got some more removal. Got some card draw. More lands. Yeah. That's my Scarab God deck. It's all about resurrecting things, whether it be from your graveyard or your opponent's graveyard. And yeah, probably my favorite deck. But yeah, so I'm going to do, I'm going to take a quick break because I have to take down this camera. I had to push my keyboard and stuff out of the way. So I'm going to take a quick break, get the camera away, and then we'll head into Hearthstone, where we'll play some even and odd decks. So I'll be back in a couple minutes, guys. Oh, thank you for letting me know. Okay, so basically, I was saying that I'm looking because I have all my deck lists online. But basically, about a year ago, the last I checked, this deck was about $1,000. But it's my only expensive deck. You know, most of my decks range from $75 to like $200. On average, I would say most of my decks are like 100 to 125. But this is my one. This is my pimp deck. It's the one deck I pimp out. So let me see here. Obviously, prices change. Where's total price? Oh, down here. $760. I'm pretty sure I have everything updated. I might be missing some cards. I haven't updated to being foils or... But yeah, somewhere in the realm of that, it looks like. You can see the prices on the right. This card I mentioned, $65. This card, you know, I talked about this card is banned in tons of formats. It's a $33 card apparently. What else do we got here? That one, $45. That one, Tutors, 40 something. Oh, this is out of date actually. This one doesn't have a Demonic Tutor in it. Oh, so this list is a little out of date. Demonic Tutor's like a $50 card. So yeah, this is probably somewhere around 800 to 1,000 if I was to update it. Somewhere around there. Wow, Machias is $10. When I bought this card, this was like a $50 card. But yeah, as Zek said, you can realistically get started for $100 or less. Easily. They sell... let me see if it's like on their website. You can buy pre-made commander decks. Yeah, there's an Assassin's Creed set coming out soon, by the way. But you can buy pre-made commander decks. So this is the set I just opened, the Modern Horizons 3. And yeah, so they have pre-made decks here. These typically cost anywhere from $50 to $100. And you can take one of these decks and play with it, you know, with people. So I have friends and I know people that they basically only play pre-made decks. And yeah, as long as you make it clear to the people you're playing with that, hey, this is, you know, like this pre-made deck or it's a pre-constructed deck or pre-con, you know, people are generally very understanding and will play like a lower power level deck. But yeah, you can get started for very cheap in Magic. You don't have to spend a lot of money if you don't want to. Also, can you point the camera at Chalupa? Here, let me see here. I moved the camera on the ground. Oh. Oh, wrong way. Oh, this is upside down. Wait, can I twist this? Oh. This is not going well. Hey, Chalupa! Let's see if she'll come here. Oh, there we go. Oh, smile for the camera. Chalupa. If you guys wanted proof of her name is actually Chalupa, there it is. Look down a bit. Look down here. I have to set her camera up again. She wants me to pick her up. What? You want up? Look at the camera. Look down a bit. How old is she? She turns 3 next month. Yep, she is a Shipu. So she is Shih Tzu and Toy Poodle. And she's annoyed. She wants me to pick her up. Here, come here. Yeah, I have a bed in my office. It's really zoomed in. But yeah, I have a bed in my office. My computer. So she comes and hangs out when I'm working or streaming or whatnot. Anyways, Hearthstone. Oh, it wants me to restart. Sorry, one sec. But yeah, that was fun. You know, I know some of you guys play Magic, some don't. It was fun. It was fun explaining the different things for Hearthstone players. And yeah, I love Magic. I haven't played it so much recently. Just because I mainly play physical Magic, and between, you know, people getting older and having kids and life, it gets harder and harder to get together with people, unfortunately.
There you are. Have a look at the latest toys in the workshop.
All right, come on, detect the game. But yeah, anyways, let's get started in Hearthstone. Come on. All right, whatever. We're going normal style. Zek, the crazy thing with Magic is even a $1,000 deck can lose to a $100 deck if countered right or played well. There's just so many cards and skill matters a lot. Oh, 100%. That's the thing too, is a lot of people assume expensive decks are strong. But that's not necessarily the case. You can spend $1,000 on a shit deck, or you can have a $100 deck that can destroy expensive decks. Yeah, it price isn't everything for sure. MTG sounds so fun and is so well designed, but the tap and instant slash flash mechanic are so annoying to me, and it seems like they are core mechanics. It is true, you know, the instants and flash very much are a huge part of Magic, and it's one of the things that makes Magic magic to me. But as you play, you start to learn like things to play around, right? So as a new player, it'll probably catch you off guard when people play certain instant cards. But as you learn the game more and you see the most common cards, you'll start to recognize, you know, things to look out for, right? So for instance, like say, you know, usually people like instant removal cards, people play at like 2 or 3 mana. So if, you know, your opponent has like leaves 3 mana up for your turn, you might start to be a little weary that maybe they have a removal card in hand. But yeah, I understand it's not everyone's cup of tea. Aggro Odd Shaman. All right. Yeah, if anyone has an even or odd deck they want me to try, go ahead and post it. Card games better than real life. I agree. What am I missing here? Wow, I don't have Instructor Fireheart. What should I replace it with? Just Aggarod. Played it even in Wild after rotation. It was Giga sad when they swapped out Spell Power Totem for Strength Totem. Should I just auto-complete this? Okay, I'm not auto-completing this. Why is this game so bad at suggesting replacements? Also, I'm glad you guys like Chalupa. She's asleep on my lap now. I forgot who it was, but someone in the Czech Republic mentioned how Chalupa means cottage in your language, apparently. That's funny. Psycho? Alright, we'll do Spider Tank. I'll do it for you. Odd Reno Demon Hunter. Please change the Yogg location to Yogg himself and Marut to Snake Eyes. I just don't have them. Oh, we got, oh yeah, Odd Reno Demon Hunter. Alright, so take out Prison and Marut. Snake Eyes and Yogg. Do you have Kurtrus in here? All right. Kurtrus was such a fun card, man. I crafted Kurtrus like a month or 2 ago and played it for the first time. And yeah, it's a really fun card. So this is Odd Reno Demon Hunter. How dare you make jokes about Spider Tank? Hey, Spider Tank was like the GOAT in the first year or 2 of the game. Spider Tank was unironically played back in the day. Like, it's crazy to think a vanilla 3-mana 3/4 was good at one point. Like, not even the mech synergy. Like, even outside of the mech synergy, that card was actually playable. But that was also the same meta where you'd play, like, Yeti and stuff like that. All right. Any other suggestions out there for any decks? Yes, good stats for the cost. Yes, yes. I want to do... What did I talk about on stream last time? There was some kind of deck I mentioned wanting to play. Odd Warrior? Odd Reno Warrior? Oh no, Bran is 8 now. Alright, so you could do Odin though, right? You guys think like a 30 card odd Odin Warrior would be good? You could do the Rift package. We got Razorfen. Field Slam. Heavy Plate. Bellowing Flame. What are people playing right now? Like, what's the meta like right now? I have not played since like Genn Baku came back, so I do not know what is good right now or what's common right now. Trial by Fire. Where's the 3 mana like draw? Isn't this? Oh, I'm blind. Odin Warrior with all the armor synergy would be great. Good decks are even handlock. Yeah, I heard a lot of good things about even handlock. Paladins are all around. Even Hunter. Odin's great. Imaginary, I don't know about good, but it sounds fun. Hey, that's like the tagline for my whole channel. Is it's not good, it's fun. An armor vendor. What else do we have here? Slam, maybe? Sure. He's fun. Paladins, Warlock, Paladins. Okay. So what's good against Paladin? Slam's probably good, right? Get rid of Divine Shields, draw a bit. I like Genn Baku coming back. Yeah, I really like that Blizzard has been doing this recently. You know, shaking up metas before a new expansion comes out. I think it's great. So I'm all for it. Even if it's super broken, it's just for a month. So like, who cares, right? Like, let the meta go wild for a month before it you know, settles with a new expansion. So what cards do I want here? Got 3 more. Is there any Zilliax combo that can fit in for odd? I don't need that because I get it from Baku. Cantorino. Yog's pretty good. Bar off or the weapon that reduces damage. I'm in standard right now, so I don't have those, unfortunately. This one's even, right? Ah, it's too bad. This is also even. Lupa wants down. Is that any good? If you don't meet Paladins, it means they're all playing against me. The new 7-cost card. Oh, Marin. Yeah. Good one. I thought about doing like a Reno. I feel like Reno odd would just not be good. I don't know. Let's go. All right, got a couple decks there. Let's get started. I'm going to start off with the Reno Demon Hunter, just because I want to see what the standard meta is like right now. And I like Reno Demon Hunter a lot, so we'll see how it goes. But like I said, if anyone else has any even or odd decks they want me to play, go ahead and post them. Tomorrow, I'll be basically doing the same thing. Tomorrow, I'll be doing viewer-submitted decks, but focusing on even and odd decks. So it doesn't matter if it's standard or wild. Either one works. Warlock. All right. It's not a paladin. But you guys did say even lock is very popular, apparently. I don't need that. That's without the coin. That's too slow. I don't think this deck is very competitive, but pretty fun. Hey, I'm all for it. Like I said, this channel is not about competitive, it's about fun. There's been many times I've like discovered cards and I have the option of picking like the good card or the fun card. I always go for the fun card. It's a little too bad that even doesn't do anything to Demon Hunter. You know, I mentioned it last stream, but they should change Genn's battle cry, or not battle cry, but text to say, if your deck has only even cost cards, your starting hero power costs 1 less. Because then for 10 of the 11 classes, it'll do the exact same thing, but then for Demon Hunter, it'll make it 0. So at least it does something, right? Because it's a little too bad that Genn does nothing for Demon Hunter. It should make it cost 0. I think that's fair. Ooh. Oh, we have a lot of options right now. Paparazzi or Snake Eyes? Oh, this has to be Reno, right? This is Reno even Warlock. Why else would they be playing the Sunspot Dragon? Snake Eyes? Let's go Paparazzi. That does nothing. Oh, is there any Forge cards in here? No? Aw, man. Is there any way I could discover a Forge card? Actually, I'm going to take this just in case there's a chance I could discover a Forge card. Because that could be so strong if so. Is there a way you could refresh your hero power indefinitely? There is ways. For Demon Hunter, I don't know. Oh, well, there is. Oh, what's that shitty legendary? It's like a goblin. It's a banker or something. It says every time you play a spell, refresh your hero power. That there there could be some janky Demon Hunter deck with that, maybe. But Snake Eyes could give me a Forge card. I don't know. I think it's the other two options were shit, right? It was the Ogre Gang guy, which does nothing, and I forgot the other one what even it was, but I think this is worth taking for the possibility of getting the Forge. Oh, did we scare him off with the paparazzi? Even locks aren't scary, guys. They're easy. I want Snake Eyes now. Give me a Forge. Come on, come on, come on. Please, RNGesus, give me a Forge. Hey, Fizzle's cool. Wow, we got a lot of good options here. I guess take to discover. Goddamn, Psycho. Thank you for the 5 subs. I appreciate it. Cheers. Hope you enjoyed the Magic opening. Oh, look what you did. you gifted them into conceding. Thank you. But oh yeah, thanks a lot. I appreciate it. All right, we're starting off on some good vibes here. we got 5 gifted subs. We got scaring off the even warlock. We're off to a good start. So Sphernia, basically, if you're subbed on Twitch, it means you don't get ads. You get more channel points. I'll toss that. Yeah, you get more channel points. You know, channel points are those things you get at the bottom of chat that basically you can redeem for different things. So you get more of them if you're subbed. You don't get ads. So I periodically run ads, and yeah, you won't get hit by them if you're a sub. There's some other perks too. I have some emojis that you can use if you're a sub. I forget what else it does, but it does a few little perks. Rogue. What's Rogue playing? Discover a Naga. If you played a Naga, will holiness reduces cost by 1. That was chill. Also, with Fizzle and Marin, you might get infinite. How do you get infinite? What am I not understanding there? Do you mean using the one treasure to draw and get copies of the snapshot, or? I don't know. I'm missing something. Do I just coin this out? Might as well. I have a bunch of options for next turn. Take this. Next turn I'll Snake Eyes. Turn after that, Observer into Salesman. They all kind of suck. Maybe not, but I somehow did once. Oh, you discovered another Fizzle. Okay. It's funny. Double Fizzle is like Dead Man's Hand. Did they change MCT? Is it now 5 mana? Yep, so they changed MCT to 5 mana, but you actually get to pick which card you mind control now. So, increase in mana cost, but better effect. MCT is another one of those cards where it's crazy that this card was actually meta for a long time. You know, MC Tech used to read if your opponent has... I feel like it was 3 or more, wasn't it? Let me check. Am I crazy?
Demons.
Oh no, it was 4 or more. Okay. Anyways, oh, it was 3? Oh no, it was always 4, it looks like. Yeah. So, but it basically said that you would just take control of a random minion, and yeah, it used to be 3 mana, and this card was actually played in the early years of Hearthstone. So this is just Excavate Rogue, I'm guessing. Hey, same as last game. Hey, that's kind of nice. Sure. Step, you could snapshot when you're decked out and go for the copies. Oh, can you imagine, yeah, snapshotting and then using the Marin treasure to fill your hand with copies of it? That'd be funny. Oh, so this isn't Excavate. This is the, like, Cycle Rogue. Oh, yeah, I was talking the number of minions. Sorry. Yeah, you meant 3 mana. Yeah, it used to be 3 mana. I don't know why I thought it used to say if they had 3 or more minions. Let's discover something. Hey, Zola's cool. Let's discover. Let's keep discovering. What's Geppetto giving me? Nothing like super important, right? I'm gonna take this actually. That's kind of fun. Is there any other weapon he's running? Probably not, right? You have enough resources, you don't have to be greedy, but giants might cause a problem. Yeah, at least I have a freeze here. Hey, if MC Tech could actually do something, if he plays 2 of those spells, that gives him the... Yeah, play 2. Play 2, man, and I can just steal the best one. Ah, you chicken shit. Okay, we got that for giants, too. I don't think he has another weapon, right? I think I just do this. Metamorphosis, I guess. This card is nice too. But I mainly have to deal with like big things at this point. I basically have to worry about the giants. Yeah, take the big damage. Next turn, depending on what he does, maybe play the Observer. Okay. Oh god. Alright, well, you can freeze one. Actually, we can steal one. We can freeze one. It's not that bad. I think. Don't draw another one. Don't draw another one. Oh, I can steal the rush guy. Actually, that's really nice. All right, guys. MC Tech in 2024. So steal the rush. Trade. I'm actually gonna red card this. So there's no possibility, because if I freeze this, I don't want him to Shadow Step or Breakdance it. So let's go red card. Yeah. Wow, that was a nice swing turn. Also, I'm going for a haircut this weekend. I cannot wait. I feel like my hair the last week or 2 of streams has just been driving me nuts. Like constantly in my face. Plus, I have a wedding to go to next weekend, so it's like double whammy. Get the haircut for the wedding and for streaming. Probably play this, I guess. So what is this? After your hero attacks, return the rest of your hand. It said it cost 1. And then trade if you don't have anything else to do. Okay, that's another way to deal with giants. I had a very, very long hair and finally cut it last week. How long was your hair? I remember talking to someone before. I forget if it was you or not, and they mentioned how their hair was like halfway down their back or something.
Is someone there? Nope, nobody there.
So he's played 1 giant. He's played also one of those cards that summons the 4 mana minions. I think he's pretty much out of gas at this point. He plays another giant. Yeah, I think I'll just play Yaw. Oh no! I have 8 mana next turn. Oh shit. Oh, I can freeze one. Zola. Freeze another one. Oh my god. Stop playing cards.
We've created a temporal anomaly.
So I can freeze 2. Oh god. Man, if I had one more mana. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Play Observer? Hopefully it gets me like Ice Barrier or something. I could also trade this into the 3/2. Try to freeze all 3? How do I do that? Oh, I can Zola. That's actually better. So this and this, I would essentially reduce 3 damage and hope to get like 8 armor. But this guarantees 8 less damage. So yeah, might as well. Alright, then next turn, Yogg, more than likely. Make everything attack each other. For some reason, I totally missed that I have 2 Zolas. That golden one was hiding in the middle there. That's fine. Hopefully Yogg can clear. Watch him trade the 8/8. Wow, okay, that's good for me. That's fine. I think Yogg will clear. These will kill each other. These. Yeah, I think at worst there'll be like one of the giants left. Alright, guys. Please, Yogg. Yeah, I think there'll be like 1 8/8 left. Oh, hit that, please. Or hit my face. Okay. That's not that bad. 8/1 left. He's probably going to trade. Next turn. Okay, whatever. Take 8 damage. I play Ziliax. He's got no giants left. He's got no ways to generate giants left, I don't think. He's used 2 break dances. He's used multiple projectionist and shadow steps. I think he's out of gas. Man, he held on longer than I thought, though. Damn. All right, more health for my Ziliax. Oh shit. What is this? All right, still Ziliax trade. Oh, I thought he was all out of those. I could Ziliax trade there. Gain 12 life. What's he got in hand? 2 spark bots.
I grow impatient.
Yeah, I think I do it. He might have another one of those to destroy one of the Ziliaxes, but then he's starting to really fatigue himself. Trade into the giant. So I could double trade into the giant. Trade that here. And he's left with these 3. Yeah, sure, I'll go that one.
I'm out of cards.
So yeah, he might have another one of these dubious purchases, which if he does, I think that hurts him more than it helps him. I have a bunch of options here. I got draw and healing. I got some tradables. I got an observer mystery. Yeah, this game's over. That's fine. If that's a Wind Fury Spark bot, oh my god, holy shit. Oh my god. Alright, what's his last card, you think, guys? Oh, so funny enough, I was gonna... I was gonna metamorphosize and kill that, but I didn't even need to. Wow, that game went on a long time. Didn't he miss lethal last turn? Like that turn right there? Did he? Also, I want to play Kurtrus. That's like the goal right now. Yeah, if anyone had missed it, I found these monster cans at the dollar store. They're like the little skinny cans like Red Bull. Normally, like, monsters are coming like those giant cans. Oh, here we go, guys. Paladin. Someone, I forget who, but someone mentioned the meta all being paladins right now. I'm gonna toss that. I thought about keeping MC Tech. If I had the coin, I would have kept it. Okay, that's a better opening. Actually, both options for this to give me are really good now.
None will survive.
Hey, I think I just drop that next turn, right? Good old Doomsayer. Doomsayer was such a good control card early on in the game. But then, wow. Actually, I'm not going to drop that. Yeah, early on in the game, Doomsayer was very, very good. But then the power creep got to the point where people could actually kill Doomsayer on turn 2 or turn 3, and it wasn't nearly as good. But yeah, for the first few years, very, very good card. The ugly Leroy portrait you have to pay money for. Yeah, I think all of these like premium portraits, the animated ones, look so bad. They just like don't fit the style of the game at all.
Excuse me, over here.
Hey, ATC's fun. We have lots of like generation effects that kind of keep it going too. So this obviously isn't like an aggro paladin. It's not an even odd paladin. What is this guy playing? Also, Spherinia, I mentioned that. I ran into 5 paladins in a row. Also, finally, you can discover Baku. Just Whelp, trade. Next turn, ETC. Oh, I should have... Whatever. I should have maybe hero powered and just took the 6 damage, but whatever. Yes, Imaginary, we are going to rock next turn. We'll see if he bitches out or not. Doomsayer needs elusive. That would be cool, actually. But I feel like that'd be too strong at 2 mana. Maybe 3 mana with elusive? But I miss like Doomsayer being good. That was a good fun card. I don't think there are worse legendaries in Standard to discover than Baku. Alright, let's go. So is this like a control Reno paladin? This must be Reno, right? Oh, it doesn't clear. That's not that bad. Kind of wish I traded now, but whatever. Oh. I think I want to fizzle. I think I'm going to shoot this because I don't care too much about this card, and I don't want the fizzle snapshot to be too big. So I think I do this. Then I fizzle. Actually, Fizzle will put a pick. Actually, that's kind of funny. I'll Fizzle, Scarab Keychain, Hero Power. There probably is an argument for Scarab Keychaining first. Obviously, if I get a really good result, I wish I would Fizzle it, but if I get a bad result, I'm just not going to do it. We'll discover twice. Sure, more card generation. And yeah, Pod seems like Reno. Yeah, that's my guess. Which is good. I would rather face a slower Paladin deck than like Flood Paladin. But like I said, I think it's really cool that they brought Genn Baku back. I wish Blizzard would do that. Like, okay, that is, yeah, anything but Kurtrus. I did not want to take Kurtrus. But yeah, I wish Blizzard would be more willing to like shake up metas before new expansions, because usually the few weeks leading up to a new expansion, they're kind of boring. You know, I feel like people start to fall off of Standard because the meta's been the same for a while and people are excited for and waiting for like the new expansion and stuff. So them shaking it up in the last month is perfect, like perfect timing.
I've been in worse situations before.
That was a nice top deck. That was a very nice top deck. Do I just rip this, then Doomsayer? Then next turn, Kurtrus into Card Grader. Actually, I'm getting kind of low on cards, so hopefully Card Grader gets me something with like draw. So he's got an Ignis weapon. I'm assuming you picked 10 mana. You might try Card Grader into Zola. Oh, you're actually right. Yeah, I'll play Card Grader first, actually. Man, if I can snipe like the Mirage in his hand, that'd be sweet. Also, what's the pick up to? 16 or something? Oh, I picked... Wow. I did not expect that to be a one-mana weapon. Interesting. Alright, let's discover first. Oh, okay. 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, I think I do it right. Tiago, have a good night. Thanks for coming by. Hope you enjoyed. See you tomorrow, hopefully.
I grow impatient.
Yeah, I think I take Zola. And then this turn, in order to trade the pick, go Observer, red card, hero power. Ice Trap's nice. Oh, Bargainbin's good. Bargainbin draws me some cards. I'm actually just going to go face here, because the pick puts him in lethal now. So next turn, I can Kurtrus Zola into hero power. What? That was really weird. Why did you use up that last weapon charge on my face? A lot of work all day long, but I always show. Well, thanks for the support. Oh, so what happened here? Okay, so I get a spell.
I will not forsake.
Okay. I love how this card makes people play like awkwardly. Oh shit, that's a good card. All right, I have to do that instead. that takes care of Amidas. It gets rid of the Burrow Buster. Yeah, and it passes the pick. Wow. All right, so next turn, I can Kurtrus Zola Hero Power. We're in a really good position, though. I prefer to play awkwardly even without that card. The actual nuts. Yeah, that top deck was crazy. Top decking Reno late game feels so good. Alright, I'm actually kind of glad he played that. Because that would have been annoying for Kurtrus. I would have absorbed a lot of Kurtrus shots. Actually, there's one less minion in his hand, too. What's he got here? A 2-cost card, a common treasure. Alright, let's see, guys. I love Kurtrus, man. Let's see what we get. Oh, Finley. I saw Finley. Finley, Fossilized Kaleidosaur, Hi-Ho Silverwing. Oh, man. All right, let's get another one of those. Kurtrus is like, I swear, one of like the best feeling cards in the game. Yeah, I'll clear Divine Shield. This is Discover, right? Yep. Going down swinging? Sigil of Time? I got 16 cards left. I could Marin Sigil of Time. Yeah, I'll do that. I want cards here. I'm not gonna trade. Pod. Maybe he thought the weapon is poisonous, and if he hits the hero, he won. So I'm assuming either this isn't a minion, or we got like he just got lucky and we didn't hit it. Normally it would work like that, but he has armor. Can't poison armor. You guys got all the jokes today, eh? Also, is he just going to lose the pick here? If he does, I hope he takes it like a man. I always hate when people concede when they're about to die to the pick. Because this is a 2-cost card. Yeah, is the pick just going to trigger? Take it like a man. Oh, yeah. Good for him. You know what's funny? Is there was this other card game I used to play called Duelist. It was a card game, but it also had like a board element. You know, you would play your creatures and they'd go onto the board and you would like maneuver them and stuff. Really cool game. I put like a few hundred hours into it, but it ended up getting shut down. But anyways, one thing you can do in Duelist is after a game ended, you could actually click a button and tip your opponent. So I think you clicked it and you would give them like 5 or 10 gold or something like that. I would tip that guy. If I had the option to, he earned it. Because like I said, most people just concede when they're about to die to the pick. Can I get the deck code? Yeah, give me a sec here. Oh, Imaginary used to play Duelist too? Yeah, I loved Duelist. I'd have to check my Steam, but I put like 200 or 300 hours into that game. It was a really cool combination of a card game and like a board-based combat game. It blended them really cool. And it had this cool like pixelated art style. It was very unique. All right. Get you the deck code. There you go, Psycho. There's the deck code there. Nice game. Maybe put this card into your regular deck. It's funny how they can handle it every round. Yeah, so I had a stream. I think I deleted it long ago. Yeah, I had a stream once a couple months ago where the whole stream was based around winning with that card. And I made a priest deck with ETC, and it also had ways to play multiple copies of ETC. And then the whole rest of the deck was just like generating cards, so you can constantly use all your mana. But yeah, I should do another stream like that. Zek, Duelist 2 is out, but I never played. Yeah, I did see Duelist 2 is out. The problem with Duelist 2 is that they basically remade an older version of the game. So anyone familiar with Duelist, early on in the game, you used to draw 2 cards every turn. And at one point in the game, they changed it to drawing 1, and then they basically added hero powers into the game. And personally, I liked the change. I liked that state of the game, but some people really prefer the old Duelist where you used to draw 2 cards every turn, and it just had a different feel to the game. And basically Duelist 2, they redid that old version of the game. So Duelist 2 doesn't have like the hero powers and some of the combos that existed later on in the game, which I really enjoyed. So that's one reason I never got into Duelist 2, because I liked the state of Duelist it was at when it stopped. Let's try Warrior. Yeah, basically in Duelist, you could replace 1 card a turn too. So if you wanted, you could drag a, kind of like tradable, you could drag a card to your deck and replace it, but it was free. You could do 1 per turn. Svernia, thanks for playing the deck. Hope you enjoyed it. Yeah, I honestly, Kurtrus, like, Kurtrus is always a good time. So, all right, so we're playing Odd Warrior here. Is this like Totem Shaman? I'm going to keep this just in case. Imaginary, I think I only played with hero powers. Yeah, it was like halfway through the game's life. You know, like I said, early on, yeah, I used to draw 2 cards per turn. And I don't know, I think aggro was a lot more popular back then because it's like you drew more often, right? And then switching it to draw 1 and the hero power slowed the game down a bit, which I liked. But people liked that the draw 2 aspect made it more like different. You know, it was more like different than your typical card game. So I could see arguments for both ways.
Break it, you buy it.
But yeah, I put a lot of time into Duelist. It was really fun. I really liked like the board-based combat. Basically in Duelist, you were a unit on the board as well. So basically you started off with like a general on the board. Also, wow. Basically, yeah, you started off as like a unit on the board. So you had 2 attack and I think 25 health. And so you would move, you and your opponent would also move around the board. And yeah, it was really cool. You could kind of like box people in, and there was ways you could like transform certain tiles on the board to do things. It was a cool game.
Break it, you buy it.
What if I shield block versus Riff? How about that? Can I draw? Oh, then Bridge Riff next turn too. No spell damage for you. Finally, Baku has good stats for the cost. Man, Baku is like the worst card to get off Chorus Rift too. Pod, this is the last game for me. It's almost 2 a.m. at Czech. Oh, yeah, Pod, you were the one who told me Chalupa is cottage in Czech, right? Oh yeah, especially to cottage, yeah. Were you here earlier when I brought cottage on stream? Yeah, I can kill Dorian with this. Yeah, so earlier, I don't know if you were here or not, but the camera I was using for the magic card openings, I pointed them at Chalupa's bed, and I had her come in earlier. I used to have a camera dedicated to pointing at her bed, and it would turn it on when she came in, but I had to set it back up. All right, so we need to get Odin. All right, you were here? Yeah. Yeah, she is a cutie. All right, let's keep drawing. Also, is this just like Reno Shaman? What is this? All All right, probably Chorus Riff next turn, maybe? Yeah, I want a Chorus Riff before... Oh, I'll get Baku. Ah! Alright, at least I can trade. Alright, do I have a way to finale this? I need to spend 4... Where was Marin? How's Marin? Has a cool entry animation, I have to say. So I don't want the Kobold. Goblet could be crazy. Wand could also be crazy. There's lots of juicy targets I could hit. I'll take Wand. I've kind of warmed up to Marin a bit. You know, when Marin was first shown off on Monday, I thought it was kind of a boring freebie legendary. And to an extent, it is. You know, it's reusing like an old mechanic, but it's a cool card. Let's see what we get off this. Oh, we got Odin. All right, we're playing him for sure. Oh, okay. Oh, holy shit. How much damage do we have here? This is 8, 12. That's what, 16. It's not enough to kill him. It's like close though, damn. Alright, I'm playing Odin regardless. Just double bridge riff? And then trade. He can't Reno. Even if he did Reno, I don't really care. Yeah, so maybe I'll dump a bunch of cards next turn and then Goblet. Heavy Plate would be sweet. That's fine. Oh, those taunts are annoying, actually. I could slam one. Actually, if I do this... Alright, no more taunts, and then next turn I pop off. Oh yeah, so they're revealing 2 more cards tomorrow, I believe. Let me see. Yep. 1 and 3 p.m. So tomorrow stream. Got a pink hand here. And an arm sticking out of a grate or something. But yeah, we can talk about those tomorrow. I'm really excited for this expansion. I have to say. The whole like dual class deck building thing. I am super looking forward to that. It could be like super broken or just really suck, but I think the possibilities are really cool. All right, no more taunts, please. Oh, I have to win, right? Don't summon a taunt, please, from this? Okay. Yeah, this is like turbo lethal, right? Oh, I forgot to do the Razorfen Rockstar, whatever. Man, I miss Odin Warrior. I feel like everyone lately has just been playing like Reno Warrior and stuff that I forgot Odin Warrior is actually really good. Level 150. All right, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna run an ad and I'm gonna switch over to another deck, I think. So if anyone has an even or odd deck they want me to play, I do have someone sent me a wild odd shaman deck, but if anyone else has an odd or even deck you want me to play, go ahead, post in the chat, and I'll be back in about a minute and a half. Yeah, so we'll do this next. This is aggro odd shaman. Oh, it's cool. It's got a bunch. We got our spider tank in here. If you're still here, Psycho, that's your spider tank. It looks like a cool deck, though. It's got spell damage and like spell damage and attacking stuff. What else could we do? Oh, even lock. People have been talking about that. Let's set a deck up for that. Not gonna go Reno or anything, right? Yeah, Reno's 9 mana now. Dark Alley Pact. Hey, that actually, the Forge nerf actually helps it here. Do we go Excavate? Doomkin? Loken? Phenom's probably not worth it. Draxus. Table Flip. Yeah, Giants. Mountain. Go Molten too? 2 mana, res your last demon. Dark Alley Pact summons a demon, right? Yep. Yeah, was it Endgame? When you play Spider Tank, your opponents will think, "Wow, he returned to Hearthstone, first time since 2015." I came out of like cryogenic stasis, then came back to play Hearthstone. Elemental Geode? Defile? Defile is just a good card, right? Drain Soul. Elemental Geode? I feel like I should add that. What is it again? Cost odd? No? Mana odd? Yeah. Oh no, we're even. So what else we got here? Phenom. Yeah, I don't know. Like, how easy are you burning through your deck? Popgar. Yeah. I always forget I crafted Popgar. Yeah, let's look at neutrals. Got Zilliax. Dirty Rat? Celestial Projectionist? Lint? A lot of good options. Got Murloc Tidehunter. Watcher? I don't think ETC is worth it. Oh, Imposing Anubis has? Pretty good card, right? Not sure about Molten Giant. Tried him after nerfs. Yeah, I wasn't 100% on adding Molten Giant, so maybe I'll take him out. Twilight Drake I don't think is good enough. No, Melee is pretty good, right? Hearth? Sure, Hearth's fun. Oh yeah, you could put odd cards in ETC. Is there really any like really strong odd cards that I could add into ETC? Yeah, let's drop the Molten Giants. Dark Bomb. I forgot Dark Bomb got buffed. Or wait, there's no Dark Bomb. Is Dark Bomb not in standard right now? Sure, we'll add the Tentacle for you, Cartman. I think I add the Geode. And what if I did ETC for the last card? So let's go mana odd. What jumps out to me here? What would I want to grab from ETC? Gul'dan's Gift, maybe? Oh, you're a standard Andy. I forgot. Hey, let's not throw slurs out here. But no, I jump between standard and wild. But I mainly want to play standard right now just because Genn Baku like just came back to standard, right? Rafam, oh, the big brain play. Hey, Sargeras? Symphony? Oh, there's a lot of good odd cards. No, Cartman, I'm just messing with you. I know you're joking, man. Zek gonna finish later. Yeah, have a good night, man. Thanks for watching. Yeah, Pod, yep, got Sargeras. That's a good one for sure. Yeah, I think Symphony's like the obvious choice, right? Oh, 3 really good cards. Well, 2 really good cards. All right. Actually, why am I typing this like a Neanderthal? Oh yeah, we need Zeliax. Can do keyword soup, right? Yep. All right. All right, so we'll try out the aggro shaman deck. Oh. Ooh, hero power druid. Let me add that. It's a little too bad that with hero power druid, if you go even or odd, you have to either pick armor or attack, essentially. But yeah, I love the hero power package in druid. So what do we got here? Nope, I do not have that apparently. So what do we got here? Aquatic form. But yeah, even is probably better to go with, right? Because you got Popular Pixie, you got, what's it called? Garrison Commander. There's also Sing Along Buddy. Yep. Surprised you don't have Unending Swarm in the deck. Although I guess with only one of the hero power cards, right? What should I put in ETC here? Anything odd that I want to add? Why'd that not work? Oh, it's mana. I keep thinking it's cost. Secrets can't be revealed. What are people playing in Wild that you want to tech against? Could add Free Spirit, but there's not really any ways to like repeat it, right? Jade Idol? That could be like a control win condition. Ah, screw it. Alright, got a couple more decks to try here. I got an idea for a deck. I'll create it and send it to you in a few minutes. Alright, sounds good. So let's go with aggro odd shaman. So yeah, what are the big even and odd decks in standard right now? Even Handlock you guys talked about. I think even Paladin was mentioned as well. Oh god, is this quest mage? Although if it is, maybe we can burst him down. What do I want? Spirit Claws, Tunnel Trog, probably. I'll toss everything. This Shaman deck is very old, so don't expect it to be good. You know, it looks cool. It's like a mix of spell damage and also some like hero attack stuff.
None will survive.
Do I shoot this face? Sure, dredge. Oh, okay. Ice Spear Claws. Yeah. Especially, I can pick the spell damage totem. I forgot. I only post old decks. I'm an old man. No, I like old decks. You know, that's why I was just playing Galakron recently. Soon I'll be playing like the old Death Knight hero cards. I love Hearthstone boomer decks. Let's go spell damage. Claws on one is the dream into totem. Yeah, I remember back in the day, like it reminds me of like Tunnel Trog into was it Totem Golem? That was such a good start for Shaman back in the day. And then yeah, Spirit Claws into there used to be some other two mana spell damage they played, I think. Oh yeah, I can just do it again. Also, this is quest major, just not the quest I expected. So we could pretty much always keep Spirit Claws active for 2 mana. What is Silvermoon Arcanist gonna buff? That can like hit face. Yeah, what is Silvermoon Arcanist and Roz? Is that the goal? I don't know what else, unless you just hope the Arcanist lives. Okay, I guess I'm another one, man. Nothing from your deck. Oh, trying to get Crash of Thunder for one of the Discovers. Okay. Hey, if he has like a big board, that's a cool combo actually. But this guy's playing like spells, right? So that's probably not going to see any use. I'll just take that. Alright, just keep slamming face. Face is the place, guys. So yeah, tomorrow I think I'll be playing just community decks, you know, viewer submitted decks. And I would like to focus on even and odd if possible, but I understand we might run out of ideas. So yeah, you guys can send me whatever tomorrow. I would prefer, I think, even and odd, but I'll take everything. It needs Frost and Arcane for part 2. Is this mainly in there just as like a 3 damage weapon? Or is there like a certain minion or totem you're hoping to buff? Hey, we can buff the spider tank. Alright, there's part 2. What's the quest reward again? Oh yeah, spell damage plus 3. Alright, we're at full health, which is nice. Let's see what we get off this. Sure.
The storm is in.
Yeah, Rockbiter. If I have some Wind Fury effect in here, right? Is the viewer submitted deck stream next week? So actually, no, tomorrow I'll do viewer submitted decks. I might do one next week too, but tomorrow I'm gonna do viewer submitted decks. Is it for all decks or still even odd? I finished cooking up my all 8 gods druid deck and want you to try it. Spoiler, it sucks. So tomorrow I'll do viewer submitted decks. I might also do it next week, but tomorrow I would prefer even and odd decks, but hey, I'll try that deck tomorrow. So I might prioritize even and odd decks, but I'll take anything tomorrow. And yeah, I will try an all 8 gods druid deck. I'm pretty sure I have all of them, so I don't think it would involve any crafting or anything. Okay. Guys, play this. Go face some more. So what I got here? 3. Got 9 damage in hand. He's not going to do anything crazy this turn. Even if he plays a 1 mana frost spell, then he plays the legendary. Pretty much a do-nothing turn. It was tough fitting enough support for all of them in one deck, but I think it did a decent job. Is it a Renathal deck? I'm guessing so if you were trying to support all of the gods.
We hunger for vengeance.
What is that? Counterspell? Ice Barrier? Ice Block? One of those 3, right? I'll use the Rockbiter to test for Counterspell. Oh, Lothep's huge, actually. Alright, I feel like it's either Ice Barrier or Ice Block. Yeah, Ice Barrier. Alright, at least he's not really doing anything next turn. Actually, he's probably just to play the quest reward, right? And that's it. But if so, that's a really slow turn for him. I just go 6/6 to the face. I want to hug Lotheb. Lotheb's so cool. The fact that it came out so early in the game and the fact that it's still so good. And it's not even like oppressive good. It's just good, right? It's not like overpowered or anything. It's just a good, solid card that's been in the game for a long, long time.
I demand answers.
Surprising to trade there. Is he hoping he's just like gonna smork me and kill me next turn? So that's 9 damage. He's got 15. I need 6 more damage. If I don't die, Once Upon a Time into Stormbringer's cool. Do I just take Unstable Evolution, evolve it a bunch of times? Hope for like a charge or something? I remember card ratings rating him like 1 out of 5. Crazy in hindsight. Yeah, for sure. I think I'm gonna do it. Oh no, wrong card. Oh, I'd have a chance to do it one more time. Well, either I'm dead here, or I maybe win next turn. He might be able to just kill me here, though. Got a lot of cards in hand. If he goes face, I think he has lethal in hand. I remember how underrated the Caverns Below was, and they got nerfed twice. It's funny how that works out, eh? You know, yeah, I think he's got lethal. But it is funny how that works out. Sometimes cards... Oh, maybe not. Sometimes cards are like so overlooked during reveal season and they end up being so strong. Was it the first card that ever got nerfed twice? I'm not sure. I want to do a video at some point talking about the most nerfed cards of all time. Like cards that got nerfed like 2-3 times. So I'll find out when I do that video. Oh, I'm guessing that's Ice Barrier. I just take that for the tradable. I am not in a good spot. He's like in taunt totem, I guess, right? Yeah, Ice Barrier. Oh yeah, Thaddeus. Thaddeus got nerfed at least twice, if not 3 times, maybe? Yeah, I'll have to look. That video will take a lot of research. But I think that'd be a cool video to do. Basically, I'll probably do it as one of my top 5 videos. Basically do like top 5 most nerfed cards. I might also do the top 5 biggest nerfs, which they'd be different, right? Most nerfed cards would be cards that got nerfed multiple times, and then worst nerfs would just be like the biggest, like Warsong Commander, right? Warsong Commander's like #1 probably. Surprised the guy doesn't just kill me already. Do you have like his calculator out, adding up everything right now? So this is 3 damage. Oh god. I have to be dead, right? Man, that wasn't rocket science, my dude. Alright, let's try another one with this deck. We were doing really good. Those ice barriers unfortunately kept him alive, and then we just kind of ran out of steam. But we had some draws that could have won us the game. Interesting which classes cards got nerfed the most. Probably is Rogue, actually. Yeah, you're probably right. Rogues probably got hit with the most nerfs. I think Rogues had the most cards just like abused over time. Also, is this Demon Seed? Ooh, Spirit Claws Coin Novice Sapper? Sure. Then next turn I kept this to like scroll the next turn. Just like every other old aggro deck, you run a Steam early. Yeah, it is funny how that works, eh? You know, remember early on in the game when decks actually ran out of Steam? That just doesn't happen nowadays. Aw, that was like the worst turn 1 play you could have. Do I just trade here to keep the 3-2 alive? I think I do. It feels bad, but whatever. If you would revisit this deck, you should probably add a bit more draw. What the? Forked Lightning? Sure. Is a Cube Warlock from Kobolds. Can you imagine? I miss Cube Lock. If I had to list my like top 10 or maybe even top 5 decks of all time, Cube Lock makes the list for sure. What totem do I want here? Or do I just swing and... I'll swing and play the weapon. Biggest nerfs is subjective, so that's interesting. Yeah, so some people have been getting butthurt with my top 5 videos lately. You know, people don't seem to understand that it's my opinion, and I'm not necessarily stating fact. But yeah, people would definitely get bent out of shape with that one too. Just taunt. I enjoyed Control Warlock back in Kobolds and in Witchwood. Yeah, Control Warlock has had some really cool, fun decks over the years. What's he gonna cheat out? Alright, that's not that bad. Just taunt totem again. Yeah, so I've talked about it before, but Warrior is my favorite class in the game, easily, just because I like the theme of Warrior. I like just building up armor and sustaining and like big flashy cards, but Warlock is a very close second. I think in a vacuum, Warlock has cooler cards than Warrior, but Warrior just typically has like better control decks, and it edges it out for that reason. But Warlock's a very close second for me. Arcanist. Forked Lightning does not clear. Actually, Arcanist Spell Totem Forked Lightning.
Gifts of the arcane surge within me.
My favorite class is the least favorite of yours. Is it Hunter? Or is there another class you're thinking maybe? Because yeah, I will say Hunter is my least favorite class, simply because I'm not a Smork player, and Hunter is all about the Smork. I got 4,000 wins on Hunter. Holy shit. Also, oh, this almost clears it. I should probably just play it anyways, right? Yeah, I'll do it anyways. He'll trade. Man, that would have been so nice if that cleared that. Cleveland Hunter. What's Cleveland Hunter? Oh, stop with the taunt. Oh, I see. I'm running on fumes now. Oh, no. Can you spawn? Oh, you could do I did not realize that. You could pick the same totem multiple times? That's cool. Actually, is there a lethal missing here? No. Wait. Wait. I was not even thinking that. All right. Remember when I said I was running out of steam? I lied. All right. Now we got a win. Let's switch over to even luck. And then we'll do the Hero Power Druid to finish things off. Imaginary, you love Warlock. Is Warlock your favorite class? Also, Pod, don't you know if Blizzard is thinking about the brand new class like Necromancer or another? I have no doubt in my mind that they're going to add another class to Hearthstone eventually, but I don't think it'll be like a unique class like that. I think the next class will be Monk. Just because if they're going in order of the classes being added to WoW, the next one would be Monk, and then it would be Invoker. So, yeah, I'll keep the file. Keep all these, actually. Yeah, so I have no doubt in my mind that they'll add another class at some point, but... sorry. I'm like 99% sure it'll be Monk. It would be cool for them to do like a totally new class, but I don't see it happening. It makes sense. Like Monk already exists, and they already have like the theme. They probably have tons of ideas for different cards and stuff. Like it just makes it easier for them to base it off a pre-existing class versus making something totally new up. And Imaginary, the self-damage demon sacrifice is fun to me. Yeah, I will say in Magic, black is my favorite color, and black is most similar to Warlock in Hearthstone. Black is all about using your health as a resource, sacrificing creatures, things like that. Cartman, it's an OTK deck with Cleave. Then you play always a bigger Yoremonger, or whatever it's called, which makes the excess damage hit the enemy hero. Yeah, Trample, as us intellectuals call it. Just tap and chill. Yeah. Handlock mirror matches are always so funny. Literally the first few turns, it's just hero powering. All right, what's that? Oh, that's not what I expected. I think Sargeras is the best pick in this matchup. I got a lot of options here. Do I Imposing Anubisath or do I Forge a Wills? If I Forge a Wills, next turn I could Mountain Giant into Drain Soul. Just take 6. I think I do that. For the long game, be a little greedy. There's a smaller YouTuber called Flair who recently made a video about it if you want to check it out. That name sounds really familiar. Is his profile picture like Sing-Along Buddy? Because if it is, I know exactly what you're talking about. So, Mountain Giant, Forge. I can make him overdraw a card. Oh, that is... Okay, yeah, I know who you guys are talking about then. Alright. Oh, that was a good burn. Yeah, see, it was more greedy to play the Forge there, but I think that was a very good... I mean, it ended up being very good. Pramod, if you want to try a fun deck, try even Rogue. It feels like Demon Hunter hero power, and I've seen it use spell damage to just trickle the enemy. Yeah, so tomorrow I'll be playing viewer-submitted decks, trying to focus on even and odd decks. So yeah, I think I would like to try every class with at least an even and odd deck. So yeah, even Rogue. I'll add that to the list. Oh, he's the PowerPoint guy. Yeah. He does PowerPoints ranking different things like primes or titans. So funny enough, I had a very similar idea and I found that guy, and yeah, he puts a lot of work into those PowerPoints though, so good for him. I could Imposing Anubisath. If he Mountain Giants and Forges, that's a little annoying to leave it up with 1 health, but Defile can kill it, Table Flip can kill it. Do I just ETC? No, I think I do it anyways.
You will not come closer.
And tap. Your face. Yep. Yeah. Once you mentioned the PowerPoints, I know exactly what you're talking about. Good for him though. He's getting a good amount of views in this video, if I remember right. Even Demon Hunter. I said it earlier, but I really think Baku, or not Baku, I think Genn, instead of Genn saying it makes your hero power 1, it should say it reduces it by 1. So Demon Hunters would be 0. I don't think it'd be broken or anything. In my opinion, the normal tier lists like you do or them are better. But it's a cool approach with the PowerPoints. Well, thanks, man. I have tomorrow. I'm going to be uploading the tier list for Twist. I'm still in the middle of editing it. It was a 2-hour tier list, so it takes a bit of work. But then I have the mini set tier list, which I did already. I just have to edit it at some point. And then the next tier list, I'm not sure. Might do another tier list next week. We'll see. But basically every Thursday, I'm trying to alternate where I do a top 5 video, then a tier list. Top 5 video, tier list. So this week will be tier list, next week top 5, and then week after that will be the mini set tier list. Also, what did he discarded Draxus? Holy shit. Do I have some Mountain Giant Forge again? Actually, I can Mountain Giant ETC. I think. Mountain Giant ETC. Man, there's almost an argument to be made for Symphony now, because I could potentially just get lethal with Symphony. Do I take Symphony for the possible lethal or Sargeras for the long game? I think I take Symphony. He's down to 12. This game's very close. Pramod, yeah, they were talking about Flare. I don't know if I'm subscribed to him. I should give him a subscribe. I've definitely seen his videos. I'll have to check. Communicating with YouTube chatters over Twitch. I think it's so funny when the Twitch and YouTube people interact with each other. Oh god, what do you get? Okay. See, sometimes getting in like a random face hit with the Mountain Giant makes a huge difference. I actually love that mirror match. There's some mirror matches that are super annoying to play, and some mirror matches that feel like a game of chess, and Handlock's one of them. Handlock mirror matches are so cool. Like I said, I think me delaying and playing that Forge of Wills made that game. That's what won me it. Oh, another one. Okay. I think this doesn't really do anything in this matchup. Do Hero Power on 1, Geode on 2, possibly coin out Anubisath? We'll see. Ooh, Draxus. Alright, I'm going to save the coin. More than likely now. Unless I get like Forge of Wills. Might coin out the Forge. But yeah, I gotta finish editing the Twist tier list tomorrow. I kept getting... It was a good tier list, don't get me wrong. You guys were very chatty during it, so I kept getting distracted. But yeah, it was a good tier list. I actually really like how I did it. For anyone who wasn't there, I did a tier list for all of the current heroes in Twist. But I didn't do it based on power level. It wasn't me rating how strong the decks were. I was rating them instead how like unique and interesting they were, and I really like how it went. Tap on 1, tap on 2, Mountain Giant on 3 is so satisfying. Oh, I didn't think about that. Although that was essentially the same as tapping. Okay. Oh yeah, duh, he's not even. That didn't trigger. So I do need to play something here, unfortunately. Just coin out the Anubisath. Then next turn, Dark Alley. I guess I could have Dark Alley'd there, right? It would have been the same, but if I save it one turn, it'll be an 8-8. That's usually why I hard mull for Mountain Giant. Yeah, maybe I should have done that. Actually, I'll save this, because this could go down to 3. This will always be 4. And I have Endgame in hand, so I can resurrect it with Endgame. Yeah, Handlock is one of those like classic decks that. Okay, okay, okay. It's Mountain Giant and Pass, or no? Actually, tap Mountain Giant Pass. Tap Dark Alley Pact. Yeah, let's do that. And then next turn, Mountain Giant will be 3. Even Corpse Death Knight. Change something to the hero. I don't have him, unfortunately. All right, I'll take a look at that deck. If I don't get around to it today, I'll play that tomorrow for sure. I was just playing with the die, the D20 I got with the Magic bundle, and it's all like scratched to shit. There's a bunch of scratches and stuff on it. Well, I have to say, I'm not the biggest fan of this color. It's kind of like a bluey green turquoise. Doesn't show that good on camera. The one from the last Modern Horizons I like a lot. I'll go grab it. Let's do that though. Yeah, where is it? Oh yeah, this is it. It's probably not going to show good on camera. Oh, a little bit. It's like purple and I cannot aim this. It's like, yeah, it doesn't show very good, but it's like purple and green. Purple's my favorite color, so I like that one. It's a double unholy single blood. It's rainbow. I'm afraid there's not enough card draw here, but Death Knight doesn't even have card draw. Oh, we're purple. Purple, team purple. Endgame, Drain Soul. It's too bad Genn doesn't affect this. That'd be cool. Here, let's Mountain Giants. Like I said, I love these mirror matches. Although he's not technically, actually, he's not playing Handlock. He's playing some kind of like Control Warlock. Might be Reno Warlock, actually. Which, if it is, we have to be aware of Reno for Sargeras. Oh, we got 16 damage threatening on board. Opgar is almost lethal. Alright, was he gonna get something juicy, Phenatum or something? That would be annoying. Oh, okay, he's got Sargeras. We know what he's doing turn 9. Oh, I forgot this is this Ziliax. Okay, that's nice. Yeah, might as well tap. Alright, even if he Twisting Nethers here. Actually, if he Twisting Nethers, I have lethal. He's got anything to... Okay. It's not bad. Okay. 100% win rate against Warlock, guys. Alright, actually, man, I've won... Have I won, like, all of my games? I feel like I'm just cruising through the ranks today. Because I started in gold, and I'm almost in diamond again. So, I'm going to run one more ad on Twitch, and then I'm going to switch over to even Hero Power Druid. So, I'll see you guys in about a minute and a half, and we'll get started on that. Oh, also, Svernia. Let me paste that Death Knight deck in here. Oh, it's a standard too. Oh, you don't like that version. Don't try that one. Okay, I'll try the other one. All right, here's the updated one. So this is even Rainbow Death Knight. Got some good late game stuff. Got some hand buffs. Got Hellia. What do we got in ETC? Foam render's cool. The reds. Is that one hand buff? How can I search for hand buff? Give? Oh, it's 5. I don't know why I thought there was 6 or something. Well, you know what they say. There's lies, damn lies, and statistics. Yeah, I feel like I think I've won most of my games today. I've just been cruising. All right, we got even Rainbow Death Knight. I'm gonna try to squeak a game of that in today. So let's go even Hero Power Druid. Maybe we'll do one game of this, one game of Death Knight. My assumption is like Kingsbane, or actually there's a lot of strong rogue decks right now. I don't think I need ETC. Man, it's so funny. I thought about putting Sticky Fingers in here, and watch, I regret it. Watch, this is Kingsbane. I'm bugging all that.
We have turned our curse into our strength.
I think I'll wait to Aquatic Form on 2. Most of the deck's 2 mana. I'll just coin out this guy. Yeah, sure. Ooh, actually, I have some so assuming I don't top deck a spell next turn, I actually have some influence on this because if I can Aquatic Form. Oh, what is this? Most games probably won't last long enough for Jade Idol to become relevant. It's for sure. I put it in there for like the 2% chance that if I play against some greedy control deck. All right, never mind. I don't have control over it. Oh, this is a decent one to hit. Nice sing along, buddy.
Let's see.
Next turn, I'll probably wait till 4 mana for this. I can more than likely play whatever card I get. Oh god. Don't be counterspell or objection. Do I save these to try and like burst them down?
This'll be good.
Just chill, I guess. Next turn. Actually, next turn I'll probably start with Pounce to test for counterspell, then Moonlight Guidance. Is this like Thief Rogue? Actually, imagine this guy got Ice Block off of this, and I used Tight-Lipped Witness to get around it. That'd be really funny. Man, I really need the Groovy Cat. I'm gonna do this. Try and dig. All right.
This'll be good.
All right, so we got one going. Just this deck can like pump out so much damage out of nowhere sometimes.
Take two and call me in the morning.
That's fine. Yeah, take the 2. Actually, that's really good for me. Man, watch this is Ice Block. Alright, I'll Aquatic Form again. I don't want Projectionist, but I almost want to grab ETC. Because I might start pumping out a bunch of damage and type, if it is Ice Block, Tight-Lipped Witness could win the game. And if I don't grab it now, it's just going to sit at the bottom of my deck, right? I'm going to take it. Let's rip one of these for a free draw. Do I sing along, buddy? Hero power? No, I should probably save that for like a combo.
I raise, you fold. This'll be good.
If this is Ice Block, I'm gonna die. Think of all the Jade Idols you can get. Yeah, this is not the Jade Idol matchup, unfortunately. Okay. You have 2 in hand. Mostly you can waste 1. Yeah, that's true. Man, I used to love Jackpot Rogue when it was in Standard. Okay. Alright, I think I ETC and push a bunch of damage. Oh, okay. Alright, how do I maximize damage this turn? Play that for sure. Do I just Sing Along Buddy? So Sing Along Buddy, coin hero power 6 attack. This will swap next turn. So this will be 8 attack. Get him to 9.
Let's see.
Next turn, I'll have to use 3 on this. That'll be lethal, right? I believe so. Because yeah, next turn I spend 3 on this. I'll have 4 mana left. Oh, it's not. I need 4 mana to deal 9 damage. This plus this is 7. This plus this plus this is 5. All right, maybe if I might just Popular Pixie. Or wait, no, that's 6 damage still. What are the odds this Ice Block, guys? Because there's a bunch of secrets over here it could still be. But he did, like, discover it, right? I feel like a lot of these are not worth discovering. Okay.
Not on my watch.
Hopefully he doesn't fully trade, because then I can go face and test for more secrets. The odds are always 100%. All right. Wow, is he really going to trade the 9-10 into the Sing-Along Buddy? Oh. Okay, yeah. No, go face, go face, go face. All right, so I can test for some secrets. I can't, although I can't believe he left that on the board. So let's see. All right, so the first secret was Vengeful Visage. So he got this one. Where'd he get this secret from? It was from the potion, right? Concoction?
What?
Actually, do I win now? Because this is up still. I need 4 mana. This is 4. This. Yeah. I win. Right?
This'll be good.
Oh, I'm not gonna know what that is, am I? I wish I knew if it was Ice Block or not. I'd be pissed if I was that guy. Alright, the win streak continues, guys. Alright. So if my game wants to come back, we'll play your Death Knight deck. Spherinia. I destroyed that guy so much my game froze. Alright, even Rainbow Death Knight. Let's try this out. This will be the last game for us. Yeah, you cooked so hard the game couldn't handle it. I have to say, I really do like slower Death Knight decks. I'll have to play like a Double Blood Single Unholy again sometime. Oh, I forgot to add... I'm just gonna concede this game. Oops. This loss doesn't count, guys. I forgot to add the hero card in that you mentioned. Our win streak. Alright, so let's add in the hero card. So what do we take out? That is the question. A mosh pit? Like mosh pit or threads of despair? What do we want to give Reborn to? Ma and Pa, Hollow Hounds, Primus. Imagine giving Ziliax Reborn again. That's a tough one. Imaginary, I choose to believe it was Ice Block. I also choose to believe it was Ice Block. Thinking Mosh Pit. Let's do Mosh Pit. I would keep Threads for board clear. Yeah, I think Threads is the better card. Mosh Pit's a little situational. All right, guys, let's see if we can keep the win streak going. Oh, Death Knight v Death Knight. Same portrait, too.
None shall escape my wrath.
I
will not run.
just keep these to maximize hand buffs early on. As well, I got the gold banner.
We have turned our curse into our strength.
You're not even or odd, my dude? Boring. All the paladins disappeared. Yeah, I think I played against one paladin. I'm not gonna play the gold banner into that. There's no excavates in this deck, right? Just take the damage. What's the general consensus on if Steam Cleaner was core? I think it'd be good for the game. You know, I don't think Steam Cleaner. Yeah, Steam Cleaner's not going to be like broken or anything, right? Steam Cleaner's just a tech card. You know, I think the more tech cards that exist in the game, the better the game is. You know, a lot of them kind of hurt your deck to add, but I think you should have the option of adding them, right? So yeah, I think having Steam Cleaner and Core would only be better for the game. Steam Cleaner is going to do nothing in a lot of your decks, but I think you should still have the option of having it. Just chill. I'll just chill. What would you say to a tier list for the top 5 board clears? Yeah, so I am going to do a top 5 video for best board clears. A couple weeks ago, I did the top 5 removal cards, and I specifically focused on single target removal for that video because I want to do a future video where I do top 5 board clears. So that is in the it's in the queue. Yeah, take hand buff. Also, I guess I know the reason I ran is I know Paladins, they're all in Legend already. There are almost no hand buffs in this deck, so you don't have to keep everything in hand. What do we got for hand buffs? Blood tap. Is that it? Alright, it's only blood tap. Okay. Draw another minion. That's not a minion. Discover a minion. That's kind of cool with Reska, right? Imagine I just discover enough cards to get the legendary. I think I take this though. That plus Reska could be a huge swing turn. Yeah, I saw that. Like the miniaturized hand buff card, I forgot it was 5. I don't know why I thought it was 6 mana.
You have earned an eternity of
Reno being number 1. So I probably wouldn't pick... So you're right, Reno is the best board wipe in the entire game, but I probably wouldn't have Reno as the best because I've already had Reno in my last top 5 as the best card, and I don't want Reno to just be the best of every video. So yeah, I'd probably switch it to something else. Defile at number 1. So I don't know if Defile is the best board wipe. It's definitely in the top 5, I think. And it's definitely like the most fun board wipe. I don't know. What would be number 1? Not including Reno. That's a tough one. Will there ever be a stream without cockroaches? No. That's the whole reason they're cockroaches, man. You can't get rid of them. Yeah, what would be... Was it Trump that rated Defile 1 star? I think it was. I know Rarin did a video before where he watched a bunch of old card ratings. You know, people who got like really bad card ratings. And yeah, I think it was Trump who did that one. All right. Probably drop the mosh pit. Let's drop mosh pit. Yeah. There's no way to counter Reno being played, right? No. Since they changed Reno to be based on your starting deck, yeah, there's no way to counter it now. Yeah, what would be the best board wipe? That's a really tough one. Like it's pretty easy to think of like the top 5, but to pick the very best one, that's a tough one. Like nothing jumps out to me immediately. You guys got what's your guys' best board wipe, you think? I kind of want to leave this on the board to steal with Reska a bit later. Oh, actually, I can just Hollow Hound shoot it. I'll do that. Alright, so we want to probably Reska his Primus if possible.
Citadel stands strong.
Might drop Mon Paw here.
Doesn't compare to your plague.
These cockroaches, man. Whirlpool and Plague of Death. Yeah, if we're talking like priest board wipes, Soulmere. Soulmere might be my favorite priest board wipe. Does Lotheb work versus Reno? Nope, because Reno is not a spell technically. Hey, we got our own cockroach card.
You have earned an eternity of toil.
Yeah, Reno is not a spell, so Lotheb does not affect it, unfortunately. The Silence plus Clear Priest spell. Yeah, that one is Plague of Death. It's 9 mana, if I remember right. Silence, destroy all minions. Definitely a good card, for sure.
Death cannot be bound.
Okay, there's the other Chained Guardian. Yeah, I think I'm going to end up stealing the Primus. It's funny because Death Knight mirror matches, it's like whoever plays the Primus first loses. That weapon's a little annoying. I might just Zilliax here. Zilliax and then Hero Power into the Reborn guy. This isn't a Reno deck, so I don't gotta worry about that. Oh, I forgot I got this Hero Power now. Whatever, still does the same thing. If this lives, if this dies and doesn't get killed again, I can just give it Reborn again. Wait, Sanitize. Oh, God. Alright, I'm probably gonna Reska. Ooh, actually, this... Oh, my God. This buff is actually a... Come on. This buff is a little annoying because I can't Hero Power it now. So, Threads of Despair. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... What if I...
Ooh, to burn on this turn.
This is a tough one.
Take a good look. You ain't never seen a light again.
And give that Reborn again. Alright, that's okay. Not the best, not the worst. Oh, we are at 9 health, though. Is he gonna hit that with his face? Okay. Ah. Alright, now we're gonna wait to Primus his Primus. Oh yeah, I totally forgot the threads were gonna be poisonous because of Zilliax. You were totally right. What do we want here? Foam Render? Keep spending corpses to get C&E up? I think so. Yeah, loopy. Yeah, like you said, I totally forgot that the Threads of Despair interaction with Poisonous. I always forget that it works that way. All right, he has a legendary Excavate in hand, which will resurrect Ziliax or Reska.
We only need one.
All right, can I just not draw plagues, please? Please. Come on. I hate this game. I hate this game. I hate this game. What a joke. I just have to like shoot his face, right? To stay alive. Oh, those are so bad. Those bodies are so bad too. What's he got here? 2, 4, 6. Needs 4 damage to kill me. Okay. Not looking good for us guys. We have, what, 10, 11, half our deck is plagues. More than half our deck is plagues. Threads of Despair. Oh, I forgot that death rattle. I probably didn't need the Threads of Despair there, did I? I forgot it had that death rattle. Oh, okay, that helps. Lifesteal. I'll just play this. The nice thing, actually, we are just hitting them for 5 every turn, right? Actually, potentially 8. Okay, so now we Primus next turn. So if I don't draw a million plagues, we have a chance here. That's what it boils down to. All right, so Primus his Primus. Actually, no, we said lethal, right? Wait, no. Got 12, 50, or 1 off. Actually, if I Frost Rune, if I discover a damage spell, I could possibly win. So the question is, do I play smart and Blood Rune, or do I try for lethal with Frost Rune? Like, I'm doing this regardless. What do you guys think? Play safe with Blood, or go for lethal with Frost? How many options is there that damage face? I'd play it safe. Blood. Alright, guys. We'll play it safe. These all suck. Take that. Let's go face. I maybe should have given that Reborn, but it's fine. Yeah, I forgot about the Reborn. There's a chance, though, that I discovered lethal. So he's got no legendary treasure. I think it's just over, right? Yeah, he just dies to hero power. Wow. Okay, unless I draw a million plagues, actually. There is a way I lose this still. Ah. Let's see what we got here. Oh, that would have won us. That would have won the game last game. Oh!
That feels good.
What? Oh my god. No. Oh, he's still dead. Okay, never mind. I wouldn't have enough mana. No, but the Frost Room gives a mana discount too. Yeah, so I would have had enough to play that. Whatever, it all worked out in the end, guys. But that will be it for today's stream. Bit of a long one today, but I had a lot of fun opening the packs. It was really fun just doing something different, and it was fun explaining Magic to you guys and kind of comparing it to Hearthstone and stuff like that. So for anyone who was here during the Magic openings, anyone that enjoyed it, you know, I'm glad to hear. Definitely have to try something like that again in the future. But yeah, that will be it for today. I'll be back tomorrow to play more viewer submitted decks, more even and odd decks. Not really anything specific. Just gonna chill, play decks you guys send me, play whatever plays fun. I would like to try and do an even or odd deck for every class if possible. So yeah, any of the classes I didn't play today or I didn't play even or odd deck for, maybe you guys can cook something up for tomorrow. But other than that, hope you guys have a good night. I will hopefully see you tomorrow. And yeah, thanks for watching and take care, everyone.